Hey there guys, it's Patrol. We are back again. Little now we're good on that. But yeah, anyway, we're ready to go. Gotta start early and end early today, Thursday. So we'll see what happens, but shouldn't be too bad. It's been a decent amount of keys listed. Ralganor, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you? I'm great. How about you? Pen Gaming, what's up, my friend? How are you? Good morning, fellow boomers. God. Max, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Diab as well. How you doing? 2 DHTs listed there. I'd love to do either one of them. Test out what we've been talking about here. I thought there might be more WoW news this week. Did they said the patch would be in March, right? So if it was going to be 2 weeks from this week, we probably know more about it by now. Just changed my paladin to human. I don't know why I like Zandalari Troll. Why I did Zandalari Troll in the first place. Yeah, human's the right choice there, no doubt. Did you guys really leave the stream and your Discord? Yeah, seems like it. He deleted his post that he had made in the Transmog channel. And is not in the Discord anymore, so. Which is a shame too, because I enjoyed conversating with that guy, but as soon as you admit you're young and you're making the game a worse place, I'm not really interested in conversating with you anymore. Sad to say, but it is the truth. Gio, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How you doing? Pretty much embodying the reason that the game sucks right now, sadly. Bunch of inexperienced players making other people feel bad about themselves. I say hi to Neo. Like, hey, what's up, man? Can't remember honestly, but welcome. Yeah, unfortunately, oh yeah, if you guys didn't actually see this article, not great news on my end. So I don't know where they're getting this info from, but I didn't read the whole thing. Put some info on the drop rate changes, which are not favorable. Moko Star, what's up, buddy? And Germback, how you doing, man? I mean, I'm in my 20s too, but I'm not going to go out of my way to start arguments with older people by calling them boomers. It's just like such a weird, just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm really scared about the future of this world, man. I really am. It seems like each new generation just gets less and less respectful and has less and less interest in being cohesive species. But yeah, anyway, in terms of the drop rate, looks like it's not really, it's barely doubled. I don't really get, like, this is as little as it's gone up every week with the embers, really. That's why I don't even want to leave the house anymore. Yeah, it's pretty sad, but. So I guess we don't really, I mean, it's basically not improved for LFR, so we probably still won't have any chance of getting it. I don't know, unless I'm misunderstanding that article. Seems to be breeding people who are extremely individualistic but expect people to care about them. It's just like scary, like to admit that you like are insulting other people and you're happy about doing that. It's like, whoa, man, what the fuck? That is not something you should ever say out loud. It's really sad. It's just kind of like weird. I enjoy antagonizing people. It's like, what? Too many stupid and inconsiderate people having a ton of kids. Yeah, it feels like that's the root issue, yeah. Did I miss something? Not really. It just got brought up again today. Just a somewhat regular made some really fucking stupid comment yesterday and a bunch of people got on his ass about it and he left the Discord and stuff. Just wait until all those lockdown boredom babies are teens. Ha! Lockdown boredom. I didn't even think about that. Imagine being so ready to insult others, but when you get called out, you're so butthurt that you just leave. Yeah, I mean, it kind of really shows the... So I was thinking about it again afterwards, and I was like, man, this really just proves my point. I don't know. Okay, so I should still see it on Discord, right? No, it happened in the stream. We played with this guy the other day, didn't we? Pink Salt. Angel Bobby, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How you doing? Let's head out to Throne, though. Go get some more crabs. Hope you're doing well. Thanks. I appreciate I appreciate that hope. We are all already severely overcrowded, yet people are still having kids. I don't think it has anything to do with that. They're not doing it because they know they have space. Why have you lost a title? I have no idea. That happens constantly. Let's see what these guys say. Seems like he's already answered that question, but... Honestly, the US is kind of sparse in many areas. We do have room to grow. Oh yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space in the country for sure. I lost the Trash Master title somehow. Oh, really? That was from Junkyard, right? Or from Mechagon in general? Trash Master title came from a cloak. Oh, yeah, it was from the Johnny or whatever, right? I always lose the Fearless Watcher title whenever I mount up. That makes sense. Can't be watching. You gotta, you know, focus on the road ahead kind of thing, you know? I might be wrong. But might get title if you mog it. The cloak, maybe. I love how they're talking strategy, and then I ask a question about strategy, and it just gets ignored. Nobody says anything. Go pug communication. I mean, he basically answered it before I even typed mine, but... Definitely seems like the right choice in here, but those guys were way off, thinking that the key was lenient enough to be sitting there waiting for fucking Resto Druids to drink every pull. It's going to be a very tight key this week with bolstering not allowing the biggest pulls. Okay, everybody's here. Let's get the recording stuff up. Eaton Beaver, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome. See that Kentucky game? I don't know if you saw my comment in the Discord. Not sure if they're even still alive at this point. Gonna farm some ICC while I watch you. Uh-oh. Let me know how it goes. Killed Fire Rack last night. 5 shots to get it. Dropped 1. Nice. But none of those, yeah, the other 4 people didn't have it. Yeah, based on that Wowhead article, it looks like I haven't really improved my chances of getting it with LFR. And it doesn't seem like its normal is much better either, so I probably still have a very low chance of getting it this season. Which weapon rune are you using? The mastery one, right? Where is it? Hissing rune. I guess that was not the right place to hover over it. 310 mastery. That's what you mean, or if you mean Fallen Crusader. I think they'll make the tournament. Oh no, they'll definitely make the tournament, obviously. But I was just joking, like, will they still be ranked by the end of the SEC tournament? Because I don't think they're going to win the SEC tournament.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Unless they go on some crazy spree here. I don't know. I think they still have a game against Tennessee, don't they? I was thinking about making a Blood DK as an alt tank, but it seems hard. Yeah, it's definitely hard, but it's fun. It won't be hard for a while. The biggest thing is that moment when you're under geared. It's a very unique playstyle where like a regular mobbed melee attack is super dangerous. It's very fun to play on that like cutting, like, you know, you can be killed at any moment. And it happens all the time in higher keys, obviously, as you see here, but it's definitely like more present in lower keys when you're under geared than it is in higher keys when you're fully geared. Hey, Turlos, welcome. I guess if I can get 2.9 on Brew, I can do a Blood DK. Yeah, I mean, apply the same knowledge over the top of what you're doing on Blood DK and you'll be fine. I was shocked that they were ranked on Monday. Oh yeah. It's just their resume. Like, they have some good wins that are keeping them in that conversation longer than they probably ought to be. Calipari can't beat teams with worse rosters, but has time to go to the All-Star game and take pictures with his former players. I already used to a spiky health bar. Yeah, that's true, yeah. I don't like playing Blood DK with low haste. Oh, yeah. Well, that's definitely not fun, but it's still, you know, a reason why it can be more challenging for sure. When I'm playing Blood, I'm always scared of the mobs in Waycrest that you gather before the third boss. Yeah, those are the hardest mobs in the dungeon for sure. I don't necessarily know why either. I guess it's just because there's a lot of them, and like you said, like you have to kind of get hit multiple times before you can stop and establish the resources. It'd be a lot easier if you could just kill them where they stand, kind of thing, you know, just run into the room and fight them, but it's kind of risky, and I guess everybody kind of demands to pull them out anyway at this point.
Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware.
Alright, so normally we'd pull this whole hallway next, but seems like it'd be a bad idea with bolstering, so we'll just go small in these two areas and then hope that our DPS can make up the difference. And we do have a guy doing very well compared to the rest of the group, but not sure if maybe they're just underperforming. Hard to tell. Such small pulls. Oh, our healer's not completely I wonder what's going on here. Is it a bug?
3, 2, 1.
Alright, that's going very well. Do you have to be facing the mobs to grip them during slappy hands? No. You can grip mobs that you're not even close to. You see the newest post from the legendary? Basically, if you kill it on heroic every week, in 2 weeks, it's 100% drop. Yeah, I saw that. Sadly, it looks like they barely improved the LFR and normal drop rate, so I guess I'm still fucked to in terms of you trying to get it.
3, 2, 1.
At this point, they can keep the legendary. Well, the main reason I want to get it now is so I could have it for the beginning of Season 4. Presumably, you'll be able to use it in Season 4, and this season's pretty much over in my eyes, so I'm ready just to try to get it for that season. Does that mean I'll finally get it now? 4 weeks of Pro clears, but haven't run it yet this week. You'd have to run it 15 straight weeks for it to be a guaranteed drop, but I mean, you have an incredibly higher chance than you did before they changed it, sounds like. Is there an estimate of when the season should end? No, but the whole 20-week estimate does seem like it'd be pretty accurate. They hotfixed it after I killed it on heroic. Is it actually going to be used in Season 4? Probably, yeah. That's how they handle legendaries in Season 4 of Shadowlands, so if we're just assuming they're going to do everything the exact same, which is not a lock, but a fair bet, then it means that you better try to get it now. These last like 5 or 6 weeks we have. But it's going to be much harder to get next season. If they do indeed make the raids like, you know, change or whatever, then it'll be a lot harder to get a fill of Fyrakk when it's not the current raid. All this season has taught me is re-roll off Lego classes because it's nothing but pain and suffering. That's not, I mean, I'm doing fine without it, to be honest. It's just a DPS stick. Like, I mean, obviously it'd be nice to have, but it's not, I'm not sure I've done a key at this season where we've not upgraded a key because of my DPS. Maybe there's some out there, but I highly doubt it. Hotfix was 10 minutes after my guild killed it. Damn. Think they would prefer the legendary to last longer than just one season. Yeah, it's just hard to be sure because obviously the Evoker legendary was in the middle of the expansion and that was, you know, that wasn't made to be stronger. I guess that, how did they, the bow in season 2 of Shadowlands, and then there was no bow upgrade in season 3, or was there also in season 3? I don't even know. As Blood DKR single target is asked, that legendary would have added so much single target. Right, but like I said, like what it, like, have you gone the wire on a key with like no real mistakes and not upgraded a key? I've not done a key like that this season, I don't think. Maybe Rise early, but use Gorehall, right? Now I have the crafted weapon, don't I? Oh no, I have the Ravencrest Wrath one, yeah. I gotta wait for this. What's your opinion on Gorehall? None. What's yours? There were no upgrades for it in season 3. Okay. I have the same feeling about the BIS trinket from Raid. I rarely get them despite all class Discord saying it's needed. Yeah, I mean, I had that one opportunity to get it and I fucked up by not trying to get it, but other than that, I've not seen it, so. Cool. I love Rise. I farmed the token mount all season and got them all now. So when it dropped, I just sell it to anyone in the group. Oh, yeah. If you can play on Friday night, you're welcome to come with my guilds. No, unfortunately not. Can't play any evenings at this point. Which is gonna make the expansion launch tough. We'll see when that looks like, what that looks like by the time the game comes out. If you meld, does the dot drop? No. That'd be broken as fuck. Then Shadow Meld would be just as good as Dwarf stuff. We're actually like ahead on the splits anyway though. Like Lust for this pack is what we want, and that means that we're actually ahead. If it's not up right now. Not significantly ahead, but we are ahead. I guess the nice thing is I can keep running Emergisil in the future to get the transmog. Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, forget it. We're no longer ahead. Do you get the Mog as soon as you loot it, or after you do the whole quest? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. It's not until after the quest. Okay. We're getting bolted to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, this is the pack you want to pull with the boss, by the way. Can't even survive it when it's just 3 people. Even less. Legendary is worth the investment this late into the patch. Presumably you're going to be using it in Season 4, so yes. If you don't have it by now, you should definitely try to get it, just assuming in Season 4 we'll need it. You have to pull that pack with the boss, remember? The guy knew 3 tanks with higher IO, so he must be right, yep. People, isn't that pack with boss pretty standard? I don't know, were you not here yesterday? Did you miss what we're talking about? I've never done it because every time I do it, we wipe to it. We literally almost wiped to it with, like I said, without the boss. Not the whole day. So yesterday we did this dungeon, and these 2 guys were, we come up to this room. They were being argumentative the whole run anyway. But we come up to this room, and the guy goes, skip this pack. And I'm like, what? Why? I assumed he wanted me to pull it with the boss. But he's like, we don't need it. It's like, okay, it's my route, so we're gonna pull it. And he goes, alright, if you want to pull it with the boss then. So we pulled it with the boss and just got fucking annihilated by it. Like, of course, we wiped to it. And then they blame me for that. It's like, what? But anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's what we were talking about yesterday, because I was like, I don't know. Is it common to pull it with the boss? Because I don't know. Or is it common to skip it, I guess? That's a question. Whenever I do this place, we always do that pack with the boss. Is there any trick to doing it? Because it's like literally as soon as the boss had to be moved, the interrupts started getting missed, and then we just got hammered. The boss can't be bolstered, but
Beware.
you don't see people skipping that pack, I guess, right?
3, 2, 1.
You're supposed to be on vengeance and interrupt everything by yourself. Oh, yeah, to be honest, that might be part of the story there. When you only pug tank, it's hard to learn these strategies. Yep. The only skip in here is the first pack down the stairs. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Which was really strange because the guy who was telling me to skip that pack was a priest. I was like, wait, don't you have the ability to skip the actual heart pack? Vengeance helps a lot. Save a sigil when the boss is forced to move. Yep. I'm sure it does.
Beware.
Metro, drop silence sigil.
Beware.
You could also lower them a bit before pulling the boss. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1. Beware. Beware.
Which pack are we talking about? The three caster pack. One of the 2 outside the room here.
3.
What pack do you skip near the last boss? With the priest, you can easily skip the first pack in that hallway. But otherwise, we'd invis-pot the final pack. Or like the big goblin pack. That's the better pack to skip, I feel, but it's harder to do. So it's probably better to do it with a priest. Yeah, I don't even think we got these mobs to like 40% before we had to move away from them, and then by that point, that was it. Black puddles underneath them, and nobody's kicking them, and GG. What's in here? Okay. Just going for the 3 lusts, I guess.
Beware. Beware. 1. Beware.
The goblin pack. I always fun to see tanks getting one shot by quintuple aqua blast.
1. Beware.
Never tempted to play another tank just for a change of scenery? No. I'm not a guy who requires scenery. I guess if they force you to do that pack on a boss and you just have to save Slappy Hands. Nah, I mean, it's not. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's multiple ways to play around it, but either way. Bad call on their part pretty clearly. I think I got a clip for you. Where do I send it? Ideally, you could email it to me on the channel's email. But whatever works best for you is fine. Once you go Blood DK, you won't go back. Yep, that's pretty much where I'm at. The only other tank I'd be even interested in playing right now would be Prop Pally. But I can't see myself enjoying it because last time I played it, my hand hurt like really bad after like 2 or 3 hours of playing it, so just be back on Blood after a couple sessions anyway. Try Monk, you'll live on the edge. I don't even have a 70 Monk. Definitely not interested in Monk. I don't like a tank like that at this point. I thought it was going to be more like Blood when I played it a while ago, and now it just looks like a worse Blood, so. After seeing the Sand Lane hero talents, I'm very excited for Blood and War Within. Yeah, it's awesome. Daisy, welcome. How you doing? They literally don't have a single way to heal me up. Oh, I guess they don't need to either way, but isn't the button bloat pretty crazy on Brewmaster? I heard that a lot in Season 1. I have no idea if that's still true. Brew piano spec. Monk in general is bloated. Oh, yeah. Have they posted anything about Paladin hero talents? The first time they posted anything, it was Paladin hero talents, but not since. I started playing some Demon Hunter tank and going for Resto Druid. There's like 4 buttons. This guy's gonna be dangerous.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I like a lot of buttons. Less button is so boring to me. Oh yeah. I don't know. I've never even like. That's just not something that even registers to me. The less buttons you have, it's not like combat is easier because you have less buttons. You know, you're still in the same danger no matter what. So the less rotational buttons you have to manage, the easier it is to focus on the actual danger. Like this is why I've developed this bad habit of constantly over marrow rending. Because I just like, I don't want to keep dealing with it, so I just like make sure it's at as high as possible every time I can afford to.
3, 2, 1.
Marrow Rend was automatically refreshed every 6 seconds or something like that, then it would just be so much easier to play the spec, you know? So much easier to not die. Expecting Vengeance to be nerfed into the ground for Season 4, probably, yeah. I don't know, though, like, because their power doesn't seem that, like, it's not their actual tuning, I don't feel like. I feel like it's just their kit. So unless they remove some of the stuff they just added, I don't know. Too few buttons actually hurts my hand. That's why I couldn't play Guardian. Oh, I feel ya. If you press the same button over and over again, it hurts my hand too, but usually the classes with too few buttons aren't like super spammy as well.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Run away, little
That entangling was toxic.
3, 2.
Yeah. I said this affix was going to be like a sleeper difficult one. And they added it. It's not been anywhere near as bad as I expected it to be, but it still has some big problems here and there.
Run away, little girl.
If they took a spell charge, a sigil charge, they would be admitting they messed up. Gotcha. Not considering tuning, but just gameplay-wise, Vengeance never felt so good to play. Oh, you mean it's fun? Or do you mean like I've never enjoyed playing it, even now?
Run away, little girl.
It's weird that the tank healing is almost non-existential for healers. When back in the day, tank healing was 80% of healing. Right, you're right. It's changed a lot. On Pally, tank entangling is nice. Freedom yourself and someone each entangle. Yeah, no doubt. Man, this gets just so garbage. I'm sure it's not just a spec, but it's like, how the fuck do we wipe to, like, what the fuck? I normally pull this with the trash prior, and you don't have people die like this. Question: when healing blood decay, when are you in trouble? When you are out of runic power? No, it's too difficult to predict. It's gonna depend on way too many factors to give like a straight answer. Fort bolster is brutal. That had nothing to do with it. We didn't even have the mob's bolster at that point. It's stupid that they took Unbound Freedom away from Holy Pally. Oh, Holy doesn't have that at all. I didn't know that. On pull is always the most dangerous. It can be, but of course, if you have 2 cheat debts up, you know what I mean? Like, there's just so many variables here. One of temp offline, so they may have not had enough damage for that trash pack. Yeah, I guess that guy DC'd. They took it away with the rework. Was it not a class talent? Class tree isn't the same as other specs. Whoa, that's weird. Yeah, there's cheat death because I was reading comments. What did they do to the totem? Nothing. What do you mean? Just over there, full health, luckily. As you see, it has 3.4 million health. Why don't you kill the totem? Because you don't need to. Dead weight. If you can survive it as a tank, you should do it. It has 3.4 million health, and obviously, you normally have to kill it like 3 or 4 times on a fight, so that means you're adding like potentially 10 million health to the encounter. Does Flame Shock come out more often? No. Doesn't have any impact on Flame Shock. So the pulse is temporary and you don't kill it, it doesn't spawn again. It's not temporary, it's permanent, but if you don't kill it, there's not a second one or anything like that.
Beware.
Why is it bad to over Marrow-In? Because he uses 2 runes.
I shall take my leave once my strength has returned.
Good morning, Datmir, and what's up, buddy? Welcome. So we pull this pack, right? Or no, this is the one we're skipping, right? Yeah. Oh, they aggroed it. Did they aggro it on purpose, or it looked like they might have because there was a sigil down. Coffee, tea, water, or soda? Water, yeah. All I drink is water. And matcha. Man, I haven't had matcha in a long time, though. I need to get back to it. Getting deja vu of that video where the priest said this was no longer timeable with 7 minutes left. Yeah, this one's definitely not going to be timed, but it's good to see the full dungeon. That man walked right into it. That's what I thought, yeah. No boba tea, correct. This week is the perfect week for me to do 820s on my 2 mains and switch to PvP. Oh, yeah. Matcha, while slightly hipster, is freaking fantastic. Yeah, no, I have some. I just haven't drank it in a while. I just kind of forget. I posted 2 screenshots in Discord for whenever you have time. Oh, yeah. Oh, the talent tree. You can do 18s now, no need for 20s. That's a good point, yeah. It's awkward. I mean, 18 sounds super boring. I can't imagine doing that. Do you really need a vault at this point? I feel like it's just a waste of time. Have you completed DHT yet this week? I've done it a few times, but not actually finished the key now. We're looking to make some route changes in there, so next time we do it, we're going to be practicing that. Dale, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I could use a few pieces and a gem or 2 if no gear. Once that's done, yeah, I won't need a vault. Yeah. I mean, I could use gear too, but like, I don't know what I would do with the gear even if I had it. Doesn't feel like we're limited by gear at all right now. Fuck me. Yeah, we got people are so fucked up. This team owner is a prime example of what's wrong with pugging. Yep. He even knows it's stupid and he's still doing it. It's crazy. This prime example of what's wrong with the whole world. I know what I'm doing is stupid, but I have no interest in being an agent for changing it, so I'm just going to continue to do it anyway. Didn't you say vaults are pointless? I mean, I'm lying, obviously, to get him to stay. It's so wild, right? Like, yeah, just do 18s. They're only 15 minutes each. This is not going to take us 15 minutes. Man, it's crazy. Did you ever end up killing Fire Act? No.
3, 2, 1.
The level of fear for having an untimed key is actually insane. That's what I'm saying. Blizzard needs to fucking do something about this ASAP. It's fucking insane. Like, how could you even type all this shit and think like, yeah, no, this is what I gotta do, man. I don't think it changes unless people are incentivized to actually make friends or have a matchmaking queue or something. Yeah. What is even the thought process behind thinking negatively of an untimed key? Like, it was just a bad run. That shit happens. You should thank him for being so transparent. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, it's crazy. Like, I've never seen somebody so level-headed about being an idiot. It's really weird. This fucking game is like It's so weird, dude. I don't know, man. People should study what's going on with this game, man. It's pretty scary. Honestly, coming from League and being a hothead, I have learned to chill and will always be nice to my pugs unless they try to be toxic. Yeah, it's a good idea. Protecting my IO is a garbage excuse, as if anyone checks whether or not you completed your last key. I mean, this guy is convinced that they do. Like I said, I made a whole video on this. There's literally a full video exactly on this topic. And I mean, it's just nonsense. It really is. It really is nonsense. People who are that invested in IO of time keys see someone with an untimed and think lever. And that's what I'm saying. Those people are fucking idiots. Like, you don't do that. That's the complete opposite. If the guy has 0 untimed keys, that means he leaves every key that's even remotely close. Because there's been plenty of keys where I'm like, oh, we're going to upgrade this. And then at the last 5 minutes of the key, it falls apart. You know what I mean? It would be even more hilarious if someone leaves because they had 1 death. Oh, that happens all the time. Just register all keys people leave as untimed keys. Unfortunately, Blizzard doesn't allow that to happen right now. What else? When you're doing high keys, it's literally like progging raid bosses. You go in and die until you get it. That's the way it should be, but that's not how people do it. I'm new to this game in general, but know what IO is. Do you lose score by not timing the key and by leaving? No, you can't lose score, luckily. The score is just like a measure of your progression, so you can't ever lose it. I haven't even tried a key this week. Are dungeons bad? It's definitely probably the hardest week, I would say. Definitely the hardest fort week, but it's not really that bad. So that guy left for no good reason. I mean, he like, I don't like, it's like weird, don't you? Like, am I the only one who thinks it's super weird? He totally agrees with me in all ways, but he still subscribes to this logic that he needs to protect his IO by not staying in a key. And just doesn't seem to give a fuck about me as a person. Like, he cares about his fucking fake internet IO points more than me as a person. Even though he completely agrees with everything I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? Is that just like... I don't even... Is that brain damage? Like, what even is that? I've never heard somebody do something like that before. I'm totally agreeing with you. You're totally right. But I just don't care. I guess that's basically what he said. It's like, what? This is the strangest conversation I've ever had. If you're in a pug... if you're in a pug that's not you, you shouldn't be leaving. Wait, what if you lose IO when leaving a key? Then you'd never be able to progress, because you can only gain IO when you upgrade a key you haven't already upgraded, right? People who talk about like leaving IO, they have like only half a thought, I feel like. Like, where's the rest of the thought? Like, you need to tell me how I'm getting score back if I lose it. People attach themselves to such weird things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the dude would rather... I mean, like, first of all... In case you haven't... I mean, I can't do it like that anymore. Lowering IO would be so bad. It just straight up would not work. Like, it's not on the table. This is the guy who's worried about his IO, by the way. So, not to blast him or anything like that, whatever, but... It's like, come on, dude. You're doing a fucking 25 throne. I think we're alright. I think you're gonna be alright. Anyway, what else? I missed any other comments? You'd need a matchmaking system along it. You would need a way to get the score back once you lost it. Like, there's no way to get the score back currently. Once you leave a key, if you lost score, you would just be negative. Like, you would eventually just end up with 0 score, and you'd never be able to get any more again. That's because some people think Radar IO is comparable to ability to play. Sadly, ability to play isn't one season thing. I like the way you said that. It's not a one season thing. I agree. If there was a Radar IO score for your entire life, then yeah, maybe it would be interesting. But I've learned so much just from season after season, you know? It's gonna be too long. Still way too long. Okay. 18s give Mythic Track, Zodiac. Is doing 18 the highest you need to get 489 gear in the vaults? You'd need to upgrade it if you did an 18, but it's still the right track for it. Did you see the speculated drop rates on the Legendary? I did, sadly, yeah. Why would you finish a key if you don't time it? You can deplete and make another group with people that need the lower version of the key. Why would you lose time with the key that doesn't give any rewards? You wouldn't be losing any time. We're on the last boss. It was going to be like less than 5 minutes worth of play there. You need to upgrade it even if you time a 20. Right, but I'm just saying it doesn't start at the same level as a 20. All that aside, refusing to kill one boss when asked very nicely is a whole new level of asshole. Well, it's like the hardest thing to say about the whole conversation, because like the guy, like he was very nice, like he was not. I guess he was like the most level-headed idiot I've ever talked to. Usually people like that are just totally brainless, but that's like actually sad. Like that's how fucked up the game is right now. You know what I mean? That's a totally level-headed, like emotionally well-rounded guy, and he is so worried about the pugging impact and the terrible system Blizzard made here that he refuses to just think logically and treat other people like human beings. Like, seriously, like, think about that, dude. That's fucking scary. The game is designed in such a fucking backwards-ass way that people who are totally level-headed and logical about the decisions they're considering are willing to do that. That's, like, man. That's scary. You still lose time. No, you don't. Damn, I wish I knew that earlier. I was doing 19s and 20s, pushing myself too hard when I could have been doing 18s. Yeah, I mean, if you have plenty of resources to upgrade the gear, you can just do 18s. 20s aren't really that hard compared to 18s, though. What do you mean you don't? You don't lose any time. Why are you saying you lose time, bro? You think 5 minutes is time lost in this game? How long does it take you to do a key? Do you know how long it takes you to do a key? Tell me the average length of time you do a key. 30 minutes. Okay, I can see the fucking issue then. Thanks for stopping by. How long will it take you to find another key? It's going to take 0 minutes. It's always better to leave, even if you need something from the last boss, because the next key that you enter will form and be there instantly. The second you start the key, everybody will be in the dungeon ready to put it in. Someone from Harvard needs to study this shit. It's actually sad, right? It's really wild, man. Like, yeah, I swear to God, like, you need some high-level psychologist to come and look at this game. I was talking about IO rewards, not items. We're talking about both. Welcome to the conversation. It's not just items either. There's a non-tangible amount of value you get from doing content in this game. You know, it's called learning. Have you ever tried it? You ever figure something out after trying it that you failed and now you know how to do it better? Do you think that's valuable or not? Do you think maybe the next time you do it, you may be able to do it better? You're like a half pull from the last boss and he wants to leave. Well, I mean, we've gone over why he left specifically, but now we have a new fucking idiot talking about it. See, this is more normal. This is more normal to have this type of conversation where the guy has no idea what he's even saying. But that, like I said, that previous dude was like totally, he knew exactly what he was saying and he still did that. That's fucking scary, dude. That like makes me really uncomfortable, honestly. Man, that's a guy who might be out there, you know what I mean? Like, I could have been friends with somebody like that. Like, it's kind of weird. In my humble opinion, people always leaving keys are the reason that there's so many garbage people. Yeah, no, that's why I brought that dude's score up. You know what I mean? Like, that dude's like, I mean, I'm not having a great season, and that dude's 60 score less than I am, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think the reason that you're at that score is because of keys being, you know, people declining you or something like that. On top of that, the other members of the group said it was fine. Well, the monk kind of agreed with them, but he was going to stay. You could tell, like, everybody else was fine to continue, but him, he was the only one. Like, the 4 other people, we were up there fighting trash, right? And that guy was just back there. Everyone just recues and spam keys so they get carried. Yeah, pretty much. That's a Daniel Martak guy. That's, in a nutshell, that's how he plays the game. Hop from group to group until somebody carries you. You learn more from failure than quitting, IMO. It's not even an opinion, that's fact, obviously. You're obviously going to learn more from not quitting. How could you even debate that? It's like not even an opinion. I do want to try DHT though. Hopefully we can get some practice in DHT. About me without knowing me. Oh, I know everything about you from that one conversation, dude. I could always tell. It's the same backwards logic all the time whenever somebody says some shit like this. Especially when you're in a chat full of people who are, like, disagreeing with you. Don't you think it's a little weird to do that? Like, everybody in the stream is talking about something cohesively, and you're like, no, you're wrong, bro. 5 minutes is worth too much of my time. DHT is fun. I'm trying a new route. Why would you say relaxed? I'm pretty relaxed, yeah. Would you mind looking at my screenshots? I mean, I saw it, yeah. I don't really know what I'm even looking at, to be honest. Trying to get the legendary 2-hander from Fire Rack is hard. Does anyone know the drop rate? Well, actually, on Wowhead, there's an article talking about the drop rate, yeah. But I think it's still speculative. But yeah, unfortunately, if you're not doing heroic, they didn't really up the drop rate much at all. So somebody like me, I'm still gonna probably struggle to get it this season. Basically, the tree is the same, except they straight up deleted Unbound Freedom on the Holy Spec. Oh, I see now. It's like straight up not there. Wow. Whoa, that's fucking weird. That is really weird. Huh. Have a great picture to share. Do I have to be a member to join the Discord? No, you just need to read the pinned comment. The article said you get it guaranteed after 7 mythic kills. So out of touch with how the game works, lol. It's like they're balancing it to class difficulty levels. You disagree that you should get a higher chance on mythic? Is that what you're saying? Since you are trying new DHT routes, would you ever consider pulling both bears before the first boss? I would do it all the time if people didn't freak out about it. I think it's fine to kill those bears. Those bears are not dangerous. They just make the dungeons go slower, which is a big issue this season. So I can see that being something you don't want to do. But I don't really look at them as dangerous. It's just the 2 of them. I'm saying having to kill it 7 times on mythic is so hard that having to wait 7 weeks at that skill level is silly. Oh, well, you're not just going to get the legendary for free. 7 weeks is not. I mean, that's not even that long. The season would be like 20 some weeks, right? So, and again, that's like, maybe the article is confusing people. Like, it's not an additive percent. So like the week where you have 95% chance to get it, that's a pretty good fucking chance, right? You don't need to kill it 7 weeks to get the legendary. You can easily get it in week 4 or 3. And it's same thing with the 15 weeks. Like it's not like if you look at the stats, like you guys are arguing about this. It's like not. I mean, these are really high drop rates. Like, look at this. Week 15 is 100%, but week 14 is a 30%. That's a really fucking good drop rate. That's higher than it'll ever be on LFR and normal, pretty much. You know what I mean? That's a very high drop rate. A 30% chance. If I had a 30% chance to get the item I wanted from a 5-man, I would, like, that would totally change the way I approach gearing. Another WoW lore book available for pre-order, scheduled for November 5th. So that's when we can expect it to be released. November 5th, what? The it'll be the week before the expansion, maybe, yeah. That is only the drop rate since the update, of course, yeah. I mean, before the update, it was obviously a very low drop rate, I get that. I really fucking hope that The War Within doesn't release in November. And that's probably when it's going to release, honestly. Warrior not having a deep in this season has been pretty frustrating, with Warrior already not being the greatest. Oh, yeah. Half a year of Season 4. Well, no, the pre-patch would come out like 4 to 6 weeks before the expansion would launch. So, like, let's like extrapolate all those numbers. So we're going to assume that the patch is going to come one of these weeks, right? And then 4 weeks later, the season will start. So we'll just say April 9th, just to pick a date, okay? So if we had another 20-week season, let's count where that would take us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that would take us to the first week of September, okay? So let's count how many weeks there would be from September to November. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 weeks. So you would have basically, if all of that happened the exact way it did, you would have 22 weeks of that season, 22 weeks of this season, and then the pre-patch for 6 weeks, which is pretty long for pre-patch, but that's possible. And that's assuming it comes out on November 5th, which obviously we have no confirmation it is or isn't, but I could definitely see it coming out in October or later. Just because that's usually when they release expansions. Spliff, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Where was all this legendary drop percent outrage for the Hunter legendary? Y'all were silent then. Most people in here are blood DKs, so that's why. I don't know anything about that legendary. But obviously that legendary was nowhere near as powerful as this one, right? That was just mostly the on use of it. I don't mind the drop rate being low for BIS item that is 496 and drops on all difficulties. The problem is the crafting part. Why is that the problem? I think the drop rate's definitely the problem. It's only been November since COVID, and it messed up the Christmas period for them, so maybe they want to get back to a bit closer. Yeah, I'm sure they do want to get back to a bit closer, no doubt. I killed Mythic Sylvanas 17 times and no one in my guild got it. Yeah, no, I know. Everyone here is a bloody case. Some of us just don't know it. I'm not an Oathbreaker. I'm still a paladin. Oathbreaker, is it? I'll not sit here and swallow insults from a paladin so green he pisses grass. OG Prot Warrior still? Oh yeah, Prot Warrior is definitely, that's another one that I have some passing interest in. I wish it had a better outlook right now. I kind of want to see what they're going to cook for Season 4. Maybe chicken parm, man. The legendary is a punishment. You have to do 30 super blooms and kill 50 elites in the Emerald Dream. Getcha. It's mad how much faster it is for my vengeance to get in groups than it is for you. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying to that guy too. That guy was like trying to like shoo it away by saying like, you're a tank, you don't need to worry about this. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure like a Havoc Demon Hunter has a higher likelihood of getting invited to a key than I do at this point. Chat's like 5 to 10 minutes behind the stream. Go to the stream viewer and find the live button and make sure it's red. It's not 5 to 10 minutes behind for me. However, not for runic power reasons at all. If I ever swap main, it will be from Paladin to Death Knight. Well, to be honest, yeah. Paladin and Death Knight are like inexorably connected, so it's really fun to consider the two of them together. Tanks at high-end keys get declined unless they're the meta tank. Yep, that's a common issue. Oh, we have poison dispels. Oh, this is Blackrook. I really want to do THT, man. Just not gonna get to do it this week, it seems. That applies to pretty much every role, not just tanks. I mean, I don't know about that. Well, that stays mostly true for most roles, not exclusive to tanks. Nah, I don't know if I agree with that. I think the tank imbalance is a lot greater than the DPS and healer imbalance right now. Is that because of the MDI? Because I don't think Vengeance is that much tankier. It's not about being tankier. We were just talking about it before in that last key. It's about their utility kit. It's super applicable this season and astronomically better than Blood DKs. DPS balance is probably the best it's ever been. Yeah, you honestly might be right. Haven't tanks always been imbalanced in a big way? No, not at all. In most seasons that I've played, it's been very, very good 1 through 6. Isn't it just Affliction Warlock not being represented? I have no idea. Double AoE silence for Vengeance is OP. Yep, really, really powerful. Vengeance can do things other tanks just cannot. Yep. Playing Preservation Evoker, people usually hit you up with, why are you not AUG? Really? Just say, because they can't heal. Highly doubted Preservation Evoker has the same likelihood of getting into key than a Mistweaver, even with similar IO score. I mean, in my experience, all the healers are a lot more, like I've seen a much more diverse slew of healers. Demon Hunter is the reason bad DPS get high score. You're kind of right, to be honest. Look at that group from yesterday, and they're basically telling me to do a bad strategy that kills them. They're like, now that you guys brought it up that way, I didn't even think about it. Like, they're obviously used to it being done with a Demon Hunter. That's why they thought it was a good idea. Double AoE silence, double chain, double fear. Yeah, it's crazy. They have insane lockdown. Best affliction lock is 3420. Whoa. Really? That's pretty wild. The difference between a good Demon Hunter and a bad Demon Hunter is mind-boggling. Oh, yeah. What's like a bad Demon Hunter? They just like stand still and don't even throw abilities out. That's just what I get when I main Devastation and I stop playing in Pugs, because every time I get the odd question. Yeah, I bet that's probably really frustrating. Magic damage buff is also pretty good. Yep, it's another big part of why they're so good right now. Healer balance isn't terrible either. Obviously, Druid and Disc require high skills, but there's good representation. Yeah, honestly, that's why I think the balance is so good. Because Disc and Druid are looked at as the best healers, and they're awful in Pugs. So that tells you that like the balance is actually insanely good. I don't know about you guys are saying Evoker's bad or something. I haven't played with a ton of them, but like I feel like they're a good pick right now. What's our stats on Evoker? 21, which isn't even the lowest. Holy Priest is lower. And in terms of upgrade, 28% upgrade impact, which is like that's pretty average. Disband impact is actually the lowest. They're the lowest disband impact, so they're actually, I would say, theoretically our best healer right now, depending on what angle you look at it. If you're a warlock, you just have better specs directly available to you. Yeah, no doubt. That's the problem with the whole conversation is you never know if there's somebody like legitimately trying to play the spec or not, because they could easily just switch whenever they want. I watch Evade play Demon Hunter. It almost made me quit the game. It's unfair how much better he is. Oh yeah. Why is it unfair? What do you mean? Dev is okay. It's not just Og. It's just not Og. So sometimes you feel like you're inting the group. I do think like Dev would be the better pick than Og though if they were actually balanced well. I don't think they're very powerful right now. Like I think if you just made them give them like a 5% buff, then all of a sudden they're like odds-on favorite above Og for sure. Og is such a bad pick this season. It really is in a pug setting especially. Honestly, you notice that a lot it's a healer. Demon Hunter tank can basically let me DPS through most trash, but with other tanks and DPS who don't synchronize, it becomes a weird game of trying to snipe health. Oh yeah. I've had some devs that were insane blasters. The few we played with have always been incredibly good burst damage, but like they don't seem to do very good overall for some reason. I guess maybe their boss damage is low. I'm not really sure what it is that makes it bad. But we've played with like 3 that I remember very clearly, and all 3 of them were the worst overall in the key by like a good amount. But they did good competitive damage when things like needed to have good damage. So if they just were good overall damage, they'd definitely be way, way, way better than Og. Hey SLB, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Oh, you're talking about a DPS Demon Hunter. I see now. He said a bad DPS Demon Hunter will be 300 to 400k on a pack, whereas a good will be doing 600 to 700k. I thought you were talking about tank. Dev damage isn't bad. The main thing about their damage is that they need time to do damage because their CDs last about a minute. So if you don't have things live long enough, then they're already losing a lot of AoE damage. Everything's going to live over a minute in a higher fortified key. That won't be an issue. There might be a few packs that won't be that way, but obviously if they use their CDs, then they're just playing poorly, right? I watch Big Chomper sometimes play Dev, and he usually beats the meta DPS specs. Oh yeah. I think maybe it's just hard to compare because you see so few people doing it, but like I said, we played with 3, and one guy was actually like very high IO. Presumably he plays mostly Og, but he was like very high IO, and he still lost by like a lot. Like it was a pretty big delta between second and the third person. I just noticed, do monks have no kick like Druid and Priest? No, monks do. For some reason this guy doesn't. Does he really not have it talented, or is it a bug with the weak core? Oh, he doesn't have his kick. How bad is 4 bolster on higher keys? It's probably the hardest to fix that, but no kick talented as a monk. It's like, wow, that's crazy. That's like a willing, like you chose to do that. Like it's very easy to take it. I mean, we just had 9 deaths to those 2 trash packs, and we have a healer who chose not to take an interrupt. That's crazy. I did that once because I forgot to change from raid talents. Oh yeah, well that's why I asked him, but he's not gonna reply, I guess. I think it's certain raid builds have it missing. I mean, obviously in a raid you don't need it, so. I logged in trying to get a quick key, and holy fuck, there are less keys than normal being put up. No one wants to play this week. Oh, really? I would not really say there's less keys than normal on, you know, where I'm searching, but it's about the same. Just not as many keys that I need. We did get a solid 1 point this week so far. Maybe if we do well on this, we'll get another 1 point. I need to look, because on my spreadsheet I actually have a weekly score thingy. I need to just do that more, like just play it like when I can't get anything that I definitely want to get. Just play it like I'm looking for the best weekly key I can. I think that would make it more fun. 1 point gaming. EU seems fine with keys, but I think it's a bit less than usual. Well, it's also prime time in EU, or in US it's not.
Beware.
Also, that Pally's from my old realm. I'm surprised to see someone from that realm in a 626. Ravencrest. He's like RPing. This is the dungeon for Ravencrest, right? Alright, Misty is done. That is one weird Starmie moveset. Oh yeah, that's... I literally changed it because of the way Jix uses a Starmie. I just changed it to his moveset just to see how it would play. Did you like the gym? That's another one that I really like the visuals of. EU in general seems to have more keys than US. Oh yeah, way more. It's like much more higher, like a higher competitive atmosphere over there. EU has a lot more players. It's probably like 25% more players as well, yeah.
The darkness. It is gone.
It's not like, I don't know like if EU would be considered bigger per capita, but there's a lot more people who probably play video games in Europe compared to the United States. There's still people who like look at me weird when I tell them I play WoW for a living. Yeah.
I understand now. You must.
I told that to somebody the other day, and they're like,
You must put a stop to
streaming
this.
like Amazon Prime? I'm like, anyway, what were we talking about? It's like a 34-year-old person. If they don't know what video game live streaming is, it's like, well.
Ilisada, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail the
Oh, I forgot to AMS again. I did that yesterday too.
The invaders come for us. Do not.
EU is more populated, but I don't think that would be the case when Russia leaves. Yeah, and also England's leaving Europe too, right? Did that happen? I don't even know. Streaming for 11, I could never hydrate that well. I watch Netflix for a living. We left EU, we left Europe, not Europe. What do you mean? UK has been out of Europe for a while now. Yeah, I thought so. People were saying they were moving down to like the South Pacific Islands or whatever. We already left Europe, but still part of the European continent. Well, that's... I heard they're trying to move the island, right? We were talking about this back in BFA. Apparently they're trying to move the island, but maybe they hit a snag or whatever. Oh, Toby Clay. Sorry about the last key. I was lagging the whole time. Oh yeah, you were the monk? Ah, no worries, man. That key's gonna be famous now, and it's not not because you were lagging. Let's put it that way. Our navy isn't as good as it used to be. No, it's not. Khadgar will come and teleport their island. That'd be cool, yeah. If only that worked in real life. EU, okay, with the would be cool to see you do a season on EU. Ah, no, I'm not gonna buy a new account. You could argue that 0.1% of players are better, sure, but in general, most players are equally skilled.
2, 1.
And that's why the European, like, they're having trouble leaving Europe. Is that what you're saying? Wait, there is no Khadgar IRL? No. That's a character that's only from this video game, World of Warcraft, I think. The cutoff is just higher in Europe, so in general, players are better. I think that also means that there's more players in that competitive range, though, doesn't it?
3, 2, 1.
Like, the highest IO teams aren't just from Europe, right? It just means that there's more competitive players above, like, 3,500, basically. The Royal Navy is strong enough to drag the island west to its new location. No, I don't think it's going to be, like... It's not going to be ships that do it. It's some kind of, like, big hydraulic process is what I was hearing. The Navy would push it, not drag it. Oh, really? Learn science. What the hell?
2, 1.
Looks like the #1 team on Radar IO is an EU team. No, I know, but I was saying, like, what are, like, the top 10? How many are Europe compared to other regions? At least from the top player front page, the first 5 I see are Europe. Gotcha. So 50-50, or does that also include Asian realms? I don't even know. But isn't there like a problem seeing the Asian realm progression? Chinese players are all in Taiwan now. So you can see them, is that what you're saying? Should be visible, gotcha. The rank 1 team is EU, rank 2 are NA, and the rank 3 are Chinese. So there you go. Good balance. This is truly a multicultural game, yep. All you need to know is go in every language. Now you just type the dots. That's the universal language now, is the 3 to 5 dots. Yep, 4 dot. Was that 4? Yep. AI will make the best players soon. Oh, I would love for that to happen. Let me know when I can do keys with non-actual human beings. What are you using to negate entangling when you don't run out? This guy's just freedoming me constantly, but I could also AMS it. You should pug a season on EU. Your playtime aligns perfectly with their prime gaming time. Like I said, I'm not really interested in spending money for that. Or like leveling brand new characters and gearing them on and all that.
We will bury you here.
I agree the ping isn't really a big issue though. I played on EU for a while. I think you can just change regions. Nope, you need a separate copy of the game and a separate subscription.
The hunt is
Still, WoW still has a lot of improvement with their AI. It's not that great yet. Well, neither are the players, so it wouldn't even be an issue. I know Preheat went EU and said the time is perfect. Nice. Yeah, I mean the time would definitely be better on EU than on US, but and I wouldn't have to worry about the servers being down on Tuesdays. But I do not play the game just for success rate. I play the game as an RPG, so I'm very attached to my character. Not interested in starting a new one, or interested in paying all that money to buy the expansion. 3.5 seasons into the expansion. Wouldn't latency be high? It's higher, obviously, but it's not like worse than playing on Oceanic or something like that. I played on EU through Throne of Thunder, and I played on EU private servers like all the time for Classic back in the day. It's like about 160 ms to 200 ms. It's totally playable for me. How dare you play it like an RPG? You must play it like a lobby game. All your other DKs are going to be sad you like this one the most. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they do. Probably get sad. That will come eventually, though. You can just program your day by ticking boxes for keys, raids, mounts, rep stuff, and then sit back and watch the show. You mean like the AI actually plays your character for you? That's not what I was thinking of when I brought it up, but... Do DKs have emotions? Yeah, probably. This guy was just in the chat, wasn't he? Sorry about Tot, I was lagging a ton after second boss. I mean, yeah, maybe to be honest, if you didn't die in the trash, we might have upgraded it still, but... Like I said, that key is famous, and it is not because of that. Only Frosty Ks have Killing Machine? That's actually a great point, yeah. I'm waiting for VR WoW. Oh, really?
I will burn you alive.
3, 2.
Oh, the mob just ran through the gate. He didn't even jump. Are you starting to get bored of these dungeons? No. I don't really I play the same golf course 30 times a year, maybe more like 50 times a year, you know, not really. Oh, okay. I don't really get bored of stuff like that. It's like a competitive board, you know, like it's like playing chess. Like, chessboard is not meant to be exciting. It's about the actual gameplay itself. Immunity to boredom is the best life stat. Yeah, I guess I'm always abnormal in that way. Like, to play WoW for 20 years and still enjoy it, to do dungeons. Like, I would rather have the same dungeons for the full 2 years, you know? That's how I'd rather play it. Didn't even think about that. Got me with that one. Yeah, that's a good point.
3, 2.
Unless you're a 0.1% top player, I never understood the reason to play in a different region. Well, a lot of those guys do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's no real reason, but yeah, I think the US, obviously, it's harder to pug on US than it would be on EU, but it doesn't matter. I'm not competing against the world. I'm only competing against EU or US players. If somebody has a higher score than me on EU, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a better player. It just means that they have more access to keys, you know? Think about how many times I've done a key now that doesn't give me any score because there's just no other invites coming. If every single key I signed up to was a key I needed for score, we'd be so much higher now.
Beware. Beware.
After having an expansion of different dungeons each season, I think I prefer it the old way. Yeah, me too. I definitely prefer it the old way.
Beware. Beware.
That was close. This time I'm literally gonna just die here. Yep. No CDs up, and no cheat deaths. I prefer the same dungeons if dungeons are as good as BFA and if there's seasonal fixes, but otherwise no. Yeah, I mean if they did go back to that model, obviously they'd probably go back to the seasonal fixes, so. So, like, there's your answer. When am I in danger? That is, like, you know, that's the most danger I could ever be in. If you ever see I have 2 cheat deaths on cooldown and we're going into a dangerous pack, that's the time you want to give me an external. Well, really, you should give me an external every time, but regardless. That's when I'm in the most danger. The mob's coming.
Beware.
That pack right there is really funny because without cheat deaths, I always seem to never have CDs. It's because the previous pack is so dangerous. Like bolstering just makes this always so hard. I sort of love the spread of different expansion dungeons. I'd rather have the case for Throne than playing the same dungeon for 2 years. So yeah, I'm sure your opinion's more popular than mine, but like I said, I don't really look at that. Like the dungeons are not that to me. Like they're a field, you know what I mean? They're a competitive landscape that I'm trying to get better at over time. So when you only have them for 20 weeks, like you can't ever maximize your skill at them, you know? You're limited by how many hours you can spend a week instead of how much dedication you can put into them over the course of an expansion. So that's why I liked it better than the previous ways, because by the end of the expansion, like if you looked at like Mist of Turn of Sight in Season 1 compared to Season 3, it's like a whole different dungeon, dude. The strategies have evolved. The community evolves with it, you know? That's why I like it the most, because it's not just the players getting better individually, it's also the community getting better. There's more skips that are found. There's more like common strategies that become like, or like hard strategies that become common. That kind of stuff is like the bread and butter of WoW. I love seeing the community progress on things. And because you have every dungeon still showing up each season, you know that any balance changes they made in Season 2 will transfer over to Season 4. Season 3, you know? Whereas this concept means they have to rebalance every dungeon every season, and it's obviously not gone well for them in the past, but this season I guess they did a decent job. My thing is those old dungeons aren't made for a competitive style mode. They did a decent job on stuff like Throne, but it's still terrible. Yeah. That's my thoughts too on Throne, but I think the other dungeons are fine. I think it's just mostly a Cataclysm thing. I would say that the whole system should be scrapped because of that. Just stop doing fucking Cataclysm dungeons. I think in a way I sort of like the reset where people don't know the optimal routes. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not enjoyable for me as a tank. I don't like resetting my progress. Like if it was up to me, they wouldn't, you know, like expansions wouldn't reset your gear. Like I don't love that concept either. It works out. Obviously, it's something that they're not changing at this point, but I'd rather not have that happen, you know? I think Mist was over-glorified mostly because it was short. Oh, he just randomly gave an example. What's your thoughts on culling of Stratholme as a Mythic Plus dungeon? Not possible. They won't ever do something like that. Luckily. Reset gear, I think is just because they don't trust their own content. Definitely, that's 100% why. I agree with that. I really do think at some point in Tell Me When, they will be very old dungeons like TVC or Wrath. Why is it not possible? It's too, it's like linear and time-based. So you can't have a dungeon like that. Just like how you don't have a Vile Hold, right? You have to be able to control the pace of the mob spawning. It would definitely need some tailoring to Mythic Plus style. Calling a Strat, it would need to be a different dungeon entirely. Like, it just doesn't work in its current state. TBC and Rat dungeons are just totally off the table in my eyes. Shadow Moon Barrow Ground is pretty linear. The big thing is the fact that the mobs spawn the way they do. That's what makes that dungeon not a Mythic Plus dungeon. From the old dungeons, the Scarlet Monastery reworks from MOP would be cool. Yeah, those are on the table, I'm sure, because they were challenge modes. They were designed for timers. Blizzard, I believe, said they wouldn't go further back than Kata. Yeah, hopefully. I think they initially said they wouldn't go back from MOP, though, so... TBC or Rat Dungeons and Mythic Plus would make me quit the game. Really? They would obviously not make me quit the game, but I would prefer if they didn't do it. Dead Mines Mega Dungeon split into 2 Mythic Plus.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
I like the idea of seasonal. I think the idea of seasonal dungeons is testing ability, learn a dungeon, even though those who play Mythic Plus do hundreds of runs. Well, they already said, like, the reason they do it is so everybody has a fair playing field. Which, you know, I don't know. It seems like you're rewarding people who don't play their game a lot, so I don't know. Doesn't seem like the right choice to me, but it's Blizzard's choice at the end of the day. Metro, are you going to try Helldiver's Chew? I've never even heard of that. The answer is, without question, no. I kind of hope they make the delves like horrific visions and they can have a whole new content type. Then people won't care as much about changing up Mythic Plus. I hope that they'll be good and repeatable, but yeah, I don't expect them to be anything better than... Like, that content is nice, but it's limited in what it gives power-wise, you know, so... I think there are a couple Wrath dungeons that would work. Pit of Sauron has a good layout, but its content is still awful. Like, again, there's still a gauntlet and like mobs that spawn on intervals and a terrible ending, you know. It's a decent layout, and it's probably the only one that I would say if they did a rework of it, it could work. Dude, you're so toxic. Hey, welcome back, Daniel. Say that you know how I am as a person after asking the average Mythic Plus time is incredible. Just because I disagree with you. No, it's not just because you disagree with me, it's because of what you said and the way you said it.
Beware.
You think it's the first time I've ever encountered this line of argument? Why is Daniel back? Did his batteries die? Yeah, who knows? An hour later, we're back to this conversation.
Beware.
Just booted back up and went straight back into relax mode. I don't care about your arguments, then why are we having an argument?
Beware.
Why are you arguing then? I was just saying another point of view. No, you weren't. You were saying something that was objectively incorrect in the situation we were describing. You're probably new to conversing with human beings, but when you disagree with somebody and you continue to disagree with them an hour later, that's called an argument. So welcome.
Beware. 3, 2. Beware.
Bro's saying the same thing for 1 hour. Then he says he doesn't care. Yep. Those are the guys out there leaving keys because 5 minutes of their life is too valuable. Underbog, that can have routes. TBC dungeons are just totally not, like, I would not even think about TBC dungeons, but I'm sure there's some value to them. I'm sure there's, yeah, like maybe Underbog, you know, I don't know. I haven't done a TBC dungeon in a long time.
Beware.
I lost the argument. That's correct, yep. It wasn't really an argument in the first place. You were just saying something that was not very well informed. TBC dungeons have so many mobs. They have insane tank stuns. Well, that's the reason that they shouldn't be considered, because, like, I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, if Blizzard has to completely rechange, like, every single fucking mob in the dungeon, then why should they bother? You know what I mean? Like, why is that a good investment of their resources? There's dungeons out there that already work very well for Mythic Plus. Just put those in.
4, 3, 2, 1. Burn away. 3.
Warbringer Omrog would be hilarious to see on Tyrannical. Right, like bosses like that just will not work. You know what I mean? Like they would need to even be considered, they would need full reworks. And, you know, they could do that, sure, but why? Why would they? What's the benefit to doing that from like a cost-effective point of view?
This husk. 10,000 years have not been kind. Now
I feel like there's some endgame to them fixing up old Mythic Plus. Maybe it will culminate in that pandemonium thing. It could, possibly. You know, we still have to see what that is, I guess. Honestly, I wouldn't mind rotating in Shadowlands dungeons again. Yeah, me too. But again, those have an inherent heavy amount of change that is needed because those have all the covenant, like, you know, the covenant systems and the scripting that is required for that. Was just doing time walking mob dungeons a bit ago, and I must say, do not ever add dungeons to Mythic Plus pool that have unavoidable stuns and silence. Right, that's pretty much what we're talking about. Like, terribly designed trash mechanics that would need to be changed before they could be considered. Something else that would be cool, they could make raids, they could take raids and cut them up into little Mythic Plus segments. Yeah, there's not enough trash in most raids for that to work, but I have heard that suggested over the years. To repurpose old raids by turning them into 5-mans. I kind of enjoy bringing back old dungeons. There's so much old content that has a new lease on life, and people who didn't play them can experience them. The problem is the content's not removed. People just choose not to experience them. So I see what you're saying, but like I don't really have any sympathy for somebody who was like, I'm never gonna get to do Black or Cold if it's not a Mythic Plus. You know what I mean? That's just silly. Like, if you want to go do the dungeon, you can go check it out. What's wrong with Necrotic Wake? What do you mean? I wonder if they'll take out the Covenant special interaction. Well, that's what they would have to, right? They would have to either change it or take it out. So no matter what, like, a Legion dungeon theoretically needs no changes. A Shadowlands dungeon theoretically needs changes, like, no matter what. You can't put it in as it is, so that's why I think it's less likely than others, just because in theory, like on average, it's going to require more work than your other dungeons that are out there already, you know? So they can do it if they want to, but it just seems unlikely because of the fact that it's more work by default. Can't believe we still upgraded this. 2 full wipes of that trash pack, pretty much. That's wild. Shows you how easy this is. No points. In Neverwinter, there's like a daily random dungeon that gives decent currency reward at max eye level. All dungeons scale, so everything is recycled. Yeah, well, so technically everything can scale in this game too if you use growing time and party sync, but for Blizzard to make all of it max level content, that seems very unlikely. How did you time that? I thought it was over the 3rd boss. That's what I'm saying, dude. This key's a joke. With the player power at different levels than previously, it would just be a tuning issue. We're talking about the fact that I don't know, maybe you're not hearing what we're talking about. We're talking about like the fact that the covenants would need a different like they don't work the way they are now, right? So the covenant systems in each dungeon would need to be changed, which is just an inherent amount of, you know, effort from Blizzard, whereas other dungeons don't have that inherent amount of effort needed. I know someone in here who had left after the 2nd wipe. Who do you think it is? Is it the guy who keeps typing a fucking laughing emoji instead of actual words that mean something? Alright, we have Black Rook Hold 26. I miss my Covenant abilities. Why does this guy keep laughing? Because he has no like mental capacity for actual conversation, so he's just typing emotes because he thinks that makes him like a better conversationalist. You see that a lot in culture nowadays. People aren't able to actually have a conversation anymore, and I blame Twitch. I blame Twitch a lot. You need other glasses, mate. Which ones should I get? The gamer glasses? Cop has those. I think he says it does help him, but I would need like prescription ones. So they could just make all things you did with Covenant abilities to anyone, couldn't they? I'm saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying, I guess. In order to put those dungeons in, even one change is needed, right? But in order to put a BFA dungeon in, theoretically, 0 changes are needed. Do you understand? So on average, those dungeons should be less likely to come into the pool because it's just more work. Even if it's one work, like what, you know, whatever quality of work you want to say, It's still extra work. They would need to change how covenants work in those dungeons. They could fix it easily. It's not hard. It's not like they can't do it. It's just I believe that that makes it less likely to see them. That was a totally Sag Pog moment. Sunglasses where you can see, mate. I can see you. And don't be toxic. I'm not. That would be you, if anything. You're the one antagonizing me. Lost City of Tolvir would be interesting. I think, yeah, that one would be one that I'd actually like to see from the Cataclysm Slough. I hate Toldagor. Fine with other BFA ones personally. Oh, I hate Toldagor too. I think Lost City of Tolvir would be a good choice for a Cataclysm dungeon. Waiting for somebody to say Grimbatol. Grimbatol would be another one that would have to have changed no matter what. I think all dungeons need to be changed since class design has changed a lot. I don't know how much more clearly I could say it. I want to see Dead Minds from Kata with the Poison Gauntlet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear... I think I'm just going to look at this as trolling at this point. I hear Dead Minds brought up so frequently, and I just don't... Like, I don't know. Is this, like, people actually serious? You want a long-ass one-hallway dungeon with absolutely nothing that you can skip in the entirety of it? You actually want that? I've never heard anybody say they like a dungeon like that before. For years, I was like, I don't mind the hallways, like the dungeon hallways, you know? I like it because it makes it less about the route and more about the group. We'd find a way to skip stuff. Exactly, that's why it sucks. Because then you have these janky-ass skips like in Toldagor, or in, well, that one too. But in King's Rest, where you're like, you're in a fucking tight-ass hallway and you now need to invis one pack to get under count, you know what I mean? It's awful. What I'd give for Storm Stout Mystic Plus? Storm Stout was a cool dungeon back in the day, but it's too short. It'd be such a short timer. I don't know what the timer was in challenge mode. Like half the dungeon is non-elite trash, right? I don't think that would be one. I'd just be happy to be in Dead Minds, even if it sucks. Really? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Then you skip and your pug healer dies and releases like an idiot. You have the exact same situation that we have in Throne. This is why Throne is so hard. Because you have a non-skippable hallway that you have to skip something in. I hate most skips. It always ends up failing and we wipe. Always? I mean, I definitely have a lot of... I don't like skips either, but I mean... Wouldn't go that far, I don't think. Dire Maul would be one that would be cool. Dire Maul could be a decent one because it's such a wide open dungeon. You'd have a lot of wiggle room left and right. Alright, cool. Finally DHC. Mostly filled is what I meant to say. I get you. Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like most either is the right word, but I don't like skips and keys, but it's a necessity, obviously. Blizzard designs it with that in mind, so. Skips are good if you have a respawn. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're talking about. You have one long hallway and a skip that's now needed. It sucks. It's the worst. Scarlet Monastery, the courtyard one, would actually be an amazing Mythic Plus dungeon, not gonna lie. Oh yeah. A to B instances suck. I feel like most people would agree with that. Like I said, I like them from the pug tank point of view because it means I don't have to worry about routing, but again, you see Throne is still trying to fucking over route. It's really weird. Vortex and Throne are good examples that old dungeons don't really work. I could say both, like both sides of it. I could see both sides of it. I agree that I don't think they really work, but I think a lot of people don't. Like, the fact that they're not cataclysmically bad, you know, they're not a catastrophe, it probably means that they could work. But I just don't like them as much as the other dungeons. If a new character is ever created by you, the name is Metro, yeah, Metro, oh yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't mind A to B dungeons. I think I would be more annoyed if the dungeon felt the same, if all dungeons felt the same. Yeah, I guess that's a big part of it, right? Like, you don't want every dungeon to be a same type dungeon, so. Throne just gets extremely hard with scaling higher. Well, the tuning is not, I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that it's so hard to get under count in that dungeon, and it's so janky to do it. Because they're from Cataclysm? Is that why they were cataclysmically bad? Yeah. Why do people dislike Throne? I've only done it at 20, but it's been fun to do. Just because it's very limited in terms of your agency in the dungeon, and they give you too many mobs. I absolutely despise dungeons like that. If you want to make a straight line dungeon, that's fine. Just make it so every single mob is required. Sounds like the nice comment has evolved to, oh yeah? Nah. The nice comment has evolved to, gotcha. That's what I say whenever I read a comment that it's just like, why the fuck did you type that? Everbloom has probably the most scaling issues of all the dungeons. Oh, really? Which do you think is harder, Throne or Rise? Throne. Throne is without question the hardest dungeon for me this season. It's like not even close. Let's see what the stats suggest. They may not be as crazy as it looks, as it sounds. Let's take a look. So in terms of disband rate, Rise is worse. So is Everbloom actually, and so is DHT. Wow, that's surprising. In terms of completion upgrade, completion percent, 21% on Rise and only 31.8% in Throne. Really, wow, huh? That's very surprising. So yeah, the stats don't align with my experience, but I would definitely say Throne is far harder than Rise for me, especially. I don't mind Rise that much, but I hate doing Throne. Oh yeah. Hey, Dirty Chugs, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Last haul in Throne is a crime. Yeah, it's terrible. Mostly dungeons that have skips are the fun ones, right? Like the other side, getting count in Ardenweald area rather than other wings. Yeah, I think most people would agree that it's more fun when you have like a wide open dungeon. Everbloom has definitely grown on me longer the season went on. Oh, really? Sadly, there's too many affix combos that I just can't get behind that cause issues there, like bolstering. Rise had nerfs mid-season too. Right, yeah, Rise is a lot, you know, it got pretty heavily nerfed, where Throne didn't really get nerfed at all. Soul and the trash before become stupid if someone dies. Cinder Storm needs a nerf. You're talking about Everbloom, yeah. The trash before is definitely hard. I really don't feel like the boss is that hard. I've not had issues on that boss in a long time. Alright, well, we got a DHT group here finally. So we're gonna practice the new route. No, let's work with that there, but practicing the new route. So we got to remember it's pretty much the same out of the gate. Then we need this pack, and then it's the same again, and then we're pulling this normally, and then we're skipping all of this. So we're gonna need an invis pot, I guess, and then yeah, unfortunately a lot of these are a pain in the ass. My butt is always fully clenched during the first pull of Throne as a blood DK. Oh, really? Yeah, it's pretty scary, to be honest. So all we actually need is this pack extra, or this pack extra, and then skip these two, and then these are the ones that I'm gonna forget. I need to remember. Hopefully we can get to that point. Obviously we need to get there. Do you have a way to do 15? Yeah, you can just run over there and pull him. I won't be able to get him with the boss, I don't think, but I want to take a look at it either way. Do you prefer Throne or Temple for Jade or Temple of Jade for Mythic Plus? Definitely Jade Temple. That was actually a really good dungeon. Again, to me, like, none of this conversation has ever been about difficulty. It's about, like, I guess, like, agency. I hate using that word because it's become a buzzword, but it's kind of what the word is at the end of the day. Like, it's the right usage. How do you communicate your route to your group? I don't usually. Follow the tank. That's what I would recommend. It's a DPS and a healer. I don't know why, but the first boss in Temple just had my number. The first boss? Really? I know why. You're getting hit by water. It's like the easiest boss in there. Hell yeah, WoW is easy. Just follow the tank. Yep. In a pug setting, just follow the leader. Obviously, I'm going to let them know when we're invis spotting at some point, but... Jade was good. The panda mobs after first boss on Fort were fucking crazy, but that was it. The tanks who weren't Bloody K hated the third boss. That's probably why I remember it so fondly. Yeah, I remember people hating that boss. I don't know. For some reason, the water was just hard for me. Because you were bad at dodging it. That's the reason. Everyone always boasts about Underrot. I personally hate it. It was just a really easy dungeon. Like, it's the most affix agnostic dungeon they've ever made, pretty much. So wait, pot will, yeah, pot should definitely be up. Like, we're using it on the bears and then again later. Like, we can use that, right? I don't think that's gonna be an issue. Underrot was nice as expansion. In BFA, it was a hard tyrannical dungeon. Oh yeah. I think AD is probably the best Mythic Plus experience, really. I definitely don't feel that way. I kind of like sharing routes each run, even if no one checks it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to do that if you like it. I don't like to do it because then it opens up a conversation, and I don't like. I don't look at it as there is a conversation. If somebody has a question, they can ask, but otherwise, just follow the tank. I liked Maw Souls for Mythic Plus. Oh yeah, that one was not bad at the time, but I think it would. I don't think it would be looked at favorably now. That was kind of my bad. It took me way too long to get that bear in. We're probably gonna full wipe her now. Especially with all these people just AoEing. Don't you want to hear routing input from the 3100 player? Nope. Here it comes. You guys, thanks for stopping by. That was kind of on me, really. Took me way too long to get the bear. I thought I grabbed it, but I guess that wasn't in range of the spell I tried to use. Oh, there goes bolstering, so now it's over. Yeah, really good priority damage.
Those who challenge me only speed themselves to an agonizing death. So says the shadow of Xavius. Be still, worm. I will deal.
Saw that coming. They should have prioritized the bear. Like I said, I feel like it's like mostly on me. By the time the mobs got there, the other mobs were like at 70%. Demon Hunter and Destrolock not going to do priority damage. It's a joke from earlier in the week. From a conversation earlier in the week. Beer is indeed scary. Oh, is it? Demon Hunter can do prior damage if he plays Essence Break instead of Blade Tempest. Oh, yeah. No, like I said, that's mostly just the way it was pulled, unfortunately. I would definitely not expect that to go better than that did. Just fumbled with the pulling a little bit because I thought I was going to lose Cheat Death and I didn't want to do that.
Beware.
Beer is scary for me. Sober for 15 years. Oh yeah, did you have an issue or anything? Like, I don't know. I don't really drink, but every once in a while I'll have one beer or something like that. Big issue. Whoa. Sorry to hear that, man. 15-year chip. Keep it up. I'm just a water drinker now. It's good for you anyway, man. Even besides beer. Even soda, juices, all that stuff, you know, it's better to just drink water. Using my coldest water bottle. Oh yeah? That's cool. What colors do you get? I love their colors. Was a good sponsor for a while, but then they started getting really weird with their demands. Triple Poisoner is scary. No, we normally fight 3 here. Just it's those 2 down there instead. What were the demands? Is that what you're asking? Basically, they like wanted me to make shorts instead of live streams. Like the complete opposite. It's the galaxy colored one. Oh, that purple one. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that one. You have some great colors. I'm thankful, and I really do like their product. Like, I still totally recommend anybody who has a bottle need to get that product. Do you like to use the cheese where you CC the poisoner before pulling it? No, I don't like to use that. I've never even heard of that. I mostly drink 0-calorie sweet tea. Oh yeah. Sweet tea with 0 calories. That's like an oxymoron there.
I can smell the nightmare in your blood. Be gone from these woods or suffer nature's wrath.
Just returned. What bottle are we talking about? The coldest water. It's like a bottle brand. It was a sponsor. I mean, I guess it technically is still a sponsor. We just don't work together actively anymore, but it's a sponsor of the channel.
I am nature's fury incarnate.
Remember when that guy got stuck back there? Yeah, that was funny. This dungeon's got some funny stuff in it. You see the Elden Ring trailer? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, for those who are like ultra excited about it, what excited you? Like, it wasn't like a WoW trailer where there was like a bunch of. It wasn't like a. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm even looking at. Some land I've never been to with some story that I know nothing about with characters that I've never seen before, so it didn't interest me at all. If it came out today, I wouldn't have even bought it. I haven't even finished half the base game yet, so. Plus, like, the location of it looked awful, too. I fucking hate, like, that dingy, swampy look to it. There was one nice place in the trailer, but other than that, it didn't look like a place I wanted to be at all. It doesn't have sugar, so it is 0 calories. It's artificially sweetened. I know that's not good for you, but it's better than soda, no doubt, yeah. If you really are like a soda addict, I would check out Zevia. Or no, that's the name of the sweetener, right? Stevia? No, Stevia is the name of the sweetener. Zevia is the brand of soda. Those are so good. When I first started wanting to quit soda, that's what I went to, and yeah, it was really nice. They taste so good. Like, the root beer is like better. It's like the best root beer I've ever had. I used to love root beer. Is Elden Ring worth it? It doesn't look that great, really. Elden Ring's like probably one of the best games ever made now that I've played a bunch of it. But like I said, the mod, it's the fact that it's so moddable now. That's what really is like 10 out of 10 for me. There's nothing I really dislike about Elden Ring, but I've not fully beaten it yet. It seems like it's extremely long. Like if you want to beat every single thing in the game, you'll be there for forever. Zevia Soda is amazing. Yep. The continuation of the story for me, it's pretty exciting. Oh really? So you recognize those characters, or like I don't even know the story in Elden Ring, so that's probably part of the issue for me. Did you watch the expansion trailer? Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. I'm not a Dark Souls style gamer, but it did look cool. Oh yeah. I like Dark Souls. The only reason I like that game, the only reason, like there's other reasons, but this is the reason, is the combat. So there's, what am I doing? So there's no trailer or anything that's like ever gonna make me interested in it past the combat, you know what I mean? The combat is like the best combat in any video game ever. And, you know, that's that.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
I will play the game just because of the combat alone. And, like, the different weapons and, like, collecting the different weapons and stuff. I have speculations on who they are. Oh, okay.
Beware.
I heard Life of Pi was decent. Life of Pi, yeah. That was a good film. Is there a video game? I thought Sekiro combat boss fights were amazing. Yeah, I just like Dark Souls style better with like sword and shield more. Never played a Soul game before Elden Ring, and it's easily 10 to 10. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like Elden Ring is just better than the other games, so you didn't really miss a ton.
Beware.
It's Lies of Pi, not Life of Pi. Oh. I was gonna say, that's a film. It's a good film, by the way. A very good film, actually.
Beware.
Great film. Yeah, I love the visuals in that film. I meant Life of Pi. Life of P.
Beware.
You think it ruined Dark Souls if I played Elden Ring first? Yeah.
Beware.
Elden Ring is really just better. The only thing that Dark Souls is better, like the story is,
Beware.
like it's really the only difference, like the locations and the story. So if you like a super like dingy, like uninhabited world that has no real colors or depth to it, then you'll probably love Dark Souls. Those games are all like that. I don't like that. I like a more colorful, you know, flowery world at times, like WoW more. The only thing that I will say that I do think Dark Souls still is very strong on is the music. Elden Ring's music is good. It's like 8 out of 10, but Dark Souls 3 music is 10 out of 10. That's the only thing I would say that is better. My main gripe with Elden Ring was the inability to digest the story naturally. I hate that. That's my least favorite thing about those games. What are we in common about? Yeah, it looks like we will be able to skip all of this, yeah. Elden Ring was also made for MNK, so it was hard to play the Dark Souls games with MNK. What does MNK stand for? Yeah, it's actually crazy that there's like people who literally only have careers on YouTube. Well, I'm not saying that they're not talented or something, but like that's their main thing on YouTube is simply explaining the story for a game that you paid $60 to play. Like what the fuck? What other game needs that kind of explanation for you to understand it? Oh, mouse and keyboard. Elden Ring mouse and keyboard, really? No, I'm definitely not doing that. Holy shit. What is the lock dying to? Nothing. You guys want to use your interrupts? Hello?
Beware.
Well, there you go. Fun route. Probably better to just pull that pack.
Beware.
Now it's over because we have no way to skip the pack now. To be honest, there are careers for any game if it's popular enough. No, I'm just saying, like, you would never have like somebody that big in the WoW, like, you know what I mean? Because it's the story is all explained. Most games' story is explained very well, where Dark Souls games have zero explanation of their story. Next time you invis, could you pull the fear dudes down closer to where the boss spawns?
Beware.
Maybe, but they cast so frequently, I don't think it'd be easy to move all 5 of them. I kind of like those fill-in-the-blank kind of stories. Yeah, I don't at all. I would prefer the story to be told, like, just like, you know, like normally, like a straightforward approach. Hey, Size, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Noble is big. No, nowhere near as big as Body Vita. Maybe lust that. Well, yeah, you're supposed to lust there. I feel like games should be told in both ways. Cutscenes breaks the pace, and in a way, it is cool to discover details throughout the world. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's how normal games are. Like, the main overarching story is told, like, in WoW's, you know, primary quest lines, and then there's side stories that you would have to go and explore yourself. But Dark Souls, like, doesn't even have that. Like, the questing system in Dark Souls is like literally just characters that have no actual impact on the story, and they don't help advance it at all. There's almost like no actual quests in Dark Souls that actually advance the overarching plot, other than like the Framped quest line in Dark Souls 1, really. I guess Dark Souls 2 actually like has a lot more important NPCs, but forgot Ogs need other people to tell when to use your spells. Yep. You didn't say anything. Well, we just wiped to the pack, so what do you think? Should we save Lust? You tell me. I always felt like Dark Souls is an epilogue to something that already happened. It is. That's why I don't like it as much. But I think a lot of people love that about it. Because it's like mysterious, you know what I mean? And I don't like that. I like everything like... My favorite thing in film or in movie or in any, like, you know, any series is when the film explores the piece as well. What came before. That's why I like Game of Thrones so much, because it's like a universe that has persistently existed for thousands of years. Whereas, you know, you're talking about Dark Souls, it's like the complete fucking opposite. You start the game, it's like some crazy shit has fucking happened. You're literally the only person who's still fucking alive. Go do some bullshit and we'll see you at the end. You know what I mean? It's like that could not be less attractive to me. It's really wild. I always felt like, and you just discover what happened. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. It's like literally the calamity has already occurred, and now you're here in the broken world, which I would love to, like, that's ultimately what made me really hate it about Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 has an amazing backstory with the Gwyn stuff and all that stuff there, and they just, like, they tell you about it, and that's it. That you'll never hear more about it. It's really shitty. I would love a exploration of the original timeline of that game and what has happened. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know, man. That route, it's just I get it, man. People want routes, but man, one mistake like that, and that's very common there. You know what I mean? Not kicking all those fears. I think it may be better to just pull the Dryads, which is really bad time-wise, but I guess we could also try to pull them farther down. You need to come join NOP community. You don't need to be playing Pugs. I don't need to be, but I want to be. What is NOP? It throws you straight into the Chosen One prophecy type story without you even knowing. Yeah, I agree. I just don't like that. Just not my preference, but I think a lot of people like it because it's so mysterious. Like, what's happened to this world? You know, like when I first played Dark Souls 1, I felt that way. I was like, whoa, this is very, very mysterious. Like, who are these characters? Well, I can't wait to learn more about them. I can't wait to see the dragons. I can't wait to see Gwyn. I can't wait to see, you know, his lieutenants. And you fight Gwyn and he's like a fucking single player, and then you see one dragon in the whole game. It's like, what? What happened to all the characters? What was the cutscene for? I think Miyazaki mentioned that he wanted it told that way because that's how he used to read dark fantasy when he was younger, and English was bad, so he wanted to piece things together. Yeah, that's, yep. Yeah, he's explained it well. Like, I mean, it makes sense. Not gonna fault him for making the game the way he thinks is best. Obviously, people love it, so it's just in terms of story, I would prefer something different. But like that, again, just like WoW, I don't give a shit about the story in this game, man. The gameplay is so, like, that's the real reason I play the game. Yeah, what is that? Community? NOP, I've never heard that. First time that's been brought up to me. I don't think I've heard that one before. God of War plus Ragnarok is what we have for story. What does that mean? I wish I could play Elden Ring for the first time again. I've heard people say that, but I'm telling you, if you go play, if you've never played the Convergence mod, it's, I mean, maybe you're saying that because you enjoyed exploring the world. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm getting a little bit fatigued. The world's a little bit too big, and there's too little in it. I'm now in the Caelid area. I've fully explored the Weeping Peninsula, and I've fully explored the Limgrave area. I'm now in the Caelid area, and it's like, I kind of want to just go beat the boss. But like, I want my first playthrough to be 100% of the game explored. And it's just getting to the point now, it's like, okay, that was cool. There's literally nothing there. Like, I just did this, was it Fort Gale? Was that the name of it in Caelid? I just went there. There was like one big enemy and like no items that I wanted. And I just like spent like 20 minutes trying to get in and out of it. And I was like, well, that was a complete waste of time. Like, I literally don't, like, I don't feel very satisfied with exploring it. I think it's partially that region, though. I fucking hate the way that region looks. If I could figure out how to edit the skybox in that region, I would do it. I just can't figure out how to edit the skyboxes. I cannot stand how everything's just red. The Rot Swamp is doggy. I hate that zone. I don't know if this is in the vanilla game, but I have like a ring or whatever they are in this game, talisman, that makes me immune to a swamp, whatever poison buildup. So this zone isn't as bad with that. I like that about the mod, is that there's a lot of power that you can mix and match. In the oh yeah, you played it, but you probably know about this. But like in the mod, there's a lot of like new status types that are a lot more strengthened. So like having immunity to those by mixing and matching your gear is really fun. I almost want to buy a PC separately just for mods. Oh, you've never played Elden Ring on PC? I mean, like, yeah, I would just stop wasting time on consoles and just go get a good computer. Because like modding, at least for me, I don't know if you and others feel this way, but like modding is as much fun as the actual game itself. There is no immunity to Scarlet Rot. There is in the game I'm playing. NOP is the EU version of WoW made easy, according to Google. Oh, okay. Have you ever had couscous? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that like that little yellow rice? I think I have had that. But yeah, like straight up, I've spent I started playing the game again this week, but before this week, like the last 2 weeks, I've spent more time modding Elden Ring than I have playing it. Bulgur is better. Okay. It's easy to get lost in modding. Spend 5 hours modding and then 5 minutes playing. Yep, that's exactly how it is for me. The thing I like the most about modding is learning how to do it. I had more fun learning how to change the textures of the trees in Elden Ring than anything I've done in such a long time in any video game. It was so engaging because I'm like reading all these articles. I'm like trying to study up on the file types. I'm downloading programs that I've never used before, like paint.net and shit, because fucking GIMP doesn't work to mod the textures. It's like, this was crazy. It involved a lot of mental stimulation, and now I have red trees. Can you still play online with mods? No. But you can play seamless co-op. There's another mod. It allows you to like literally play 100% of the game with another person. I don't know how Elden Ring's multiplayer works. I assume it's like Dark Souls where you can only play with another person in certain areas. And then once you leave that area, they leave too. With this mod, it allows you to literally play the entire game together and both share progress. Just like, I cannot even believe that that's moddable. That's fucking insane. That sounds like that should be like an expansion. Metro's mod maker art. I mean, I've been modding games since the first thing I did. Well, actually, I always kind of had this idea in my head, even when I was very young. But the first serious thing I did was making the Pokemon game, and after that, it's like a beast has been unleashed from the cage. I had no idea how like creatively stifled I was. I needed that so bad. I love being able to express myself in a world like a video game that I already love. It's so good for my brain. It feels like so satisfying. Just downloaded about 30 BG3 mods for a new honor mode playthrough. BG3, what is that? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, yeah. I mean, if that game's moddable, then I'm sure that's a really good option there too. But I mean, you could download mods all you like. I'm sure there's some great mods for different games. But I'm telling you, if you start learning how to mod the game, you'll never feel more rewarded. What co-op mod were you talking about? I think it's called Seamless Co-op. I think that's just all the name of it is. But it's like ultra popular. Like everybody who mods Elden Ring knows about it and plays it that way. So Baldur's Gate is super moddable. It's kind of the draw of the game. Like the game was made for modding. That's what I loved about Crusader Kings 2. So I started with the Pokemon game, which was like straight up like you literally can make everything. You make everything yourself. There's nothing there. You start from zero. And so that was a different type of adventure. But then I went to Crusader Kings 2 because that game was like actually built for mods. Like they encourage you to use mods and make mods. So the scripting language of it was like designed to help you learn how to mod it. So that was very engaging, and I've still, you know, still have a great passion for that. But then I started modding, like, then I started doing like ROM hacks of like Final Fantasy Tactics and shit, and it was like, oh, this is a mess. Compared to the actual other two things I did, it was like, wow, this is janky as fuck. You have such little control over some things, you know? And then obviously I've now branched out to making a WoW private server, and it's like, it really makes me yearn for the ability like Elden Ring and also like CK2, like where they're actually 100% of the game is moddable. Like you can change every single thing in the game. Almost nothing hard-coded. The Elden Ring mods are so cool. Same for BG3, yeah. Yeah, we're talking about this convergence mod for Elden Ring, and it's just absolutely like, it's the only reason I'm even playing the game right now, I think. The base game just doesn't look anywhere near as good as the convergence. Only gamers. I think if you're online in a video game, you're a gamer. Is that not right? Out of 27 thrones. How's the FPS with Convergence? I don't know compared to the base game because I never played it, but there is some definitely issues with the FPS. Every time I go to the round table hold or whatever, it lags like crazy the first time I do it. The devs make it so easy to mod and acknowledge the modders and warn the community when patches are coming. That's awesome. Oh yeah, Diablo 2 mod. Yeah, I mean, there's so many great games to mod out there, man. I fucking love it. Like, I know a lot of people like playing those games online, but I like playing games. Like, if it's not WoW, I just want to be offline single player game, so. I always find it weird when people mod the game just to give themselves all the armor and weapons at the start. Yeah, no, that's just cheating. But I like doing it to some degree. Like, I like creating a flavor of a character. Like, for example, I did do a little bit of that in the Elden Ring modding. Because I wanted my character to start with certain gear. I don't want to have to play like 40 hours to get certain pieces of gear. You know what I mean? And it's not like me getting a single item or a single weapon is going to make the game that much easier in that game anyway, so. Always online is a curse, right? I mean, it makes it impossible to mod too. That's why I'm so grateful for Diablo 2, because I feel like I never would have even considered that game. Really good. Let's break it down our keys here. D2R modding is getting way better. Is it? I haven't like followed it. I don't really like it, to be honest. I really don't like Diablo 2. It's just such a fucking well-made game that you gotta respect it. And when I found out it was moddable, I'm like, alright, I'm in. Isn't it the guy from before? Skippy Dragon. Can't wait for Diablo 4 to get on Game Pass. Oh, really? There was this like one guy who was like super deep in the Diablo 2 modding community. What was that guy's name? I have to figure out this guy, this remodded guy. What's this dude's name? He had a YouTube channel. I don't know like what's new since the last time I looked at it though. Probably not much. It's a good game, but it definitely isn't worth the price. So when it's free on Game Pass, I can somewhat enjoy it. Oh, it's free on Game Pass? Is that how it works? That's weird. I don't understand what Game Pass even is, I guess. You just get a bunch of games for free? Game Pass is just a subscription. This is going to be a good key. I'm glad you feel that way. My favorite online game is Tekken. Oh, really? So you just pay like one price and you get access to a bunch of games without having to buy them? Xbox Game Pass, you pay a monthly subscription and you get a lot of free games. How much is it? Giant Crusher is probably my favorite weapon in Elden Ring, so it was fun doing a mod run starting off with that. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There's a weapon in the Convergence mod that is just so fucking cool. So like I just modded it to start. Like instead of having to go like 60 hours into the game to get the weapon, it's like nah, I'm just gonna start with this weapon. It's so fucking badass. Any Rust masochists here? Rust Cole, or you pay a sub and you get a certain amount of games for free. Yeah, what's how much you pay? Running around smashing things with a giant hammer is pretty fun. I envy people who would use those massive weapons. I'm not good enough at the game for that. When your like weapon attack window is so large, I just end up sucking. Like I can't beat anything. It's $16 for the Ultimate Game Pass. $16 a month. Wow, that's cheap. Have you been going around in Convergence and getting the starting spells? By accident. Like, I don't even know where all the starting locations are. I've not played all the classes, so. I'm unfortunately a Moonvale enjoyer. Why does that mean? The Game Pass brings a lot of small indie games into light, so it's good for the community. Oh, cool. I'm so exhausted with levers and disbands. 20 plus just has become a life sink. Yeah. Maybe time for a break. But in terms of like the starting spells and stuff, like I'm not looking for that because I'm playing as the fundamentalist. Like that's the only thing I'm playing as. Like whenever I do that in like Dark Souls. Like I've always done that. Like I want to commit to a certain type of play style. I'm not going to change it. Like if I did like a bow only run, you know, like or magic only, like I would do like the Glint Sorceress. I want to try that, I think. It's a cheesy weapon in Elden Ring. Oh yeah. Yeah, play some Elden Ring. It's a great game, but it's just honestly it's just too deep. Like I know that sounds stupid, but for a single player game there's almost too much there. It's hard to explore it all. The pizza cutter is a cool weapon too. Oh yeah. Blasphemous Blade is my favorite vanilla game weapon. I made like a Holy Flame Knight build with it. Oh yeah. That's the other crazy thing. Like I see on like that Fextra Life game website, there's like 1,000 builds. Like I don't... Do they really deviate that much? Like I guess there's so many different weapons and stats. It's impossible to make that many different builds, but... I'm only like solo like 55 or something like that right now in Kaled, and it's like... Doesn't feel like there would be that much diversity in my gameplay. It's just all just different flavors. So yeah. How do you even get to Star Scourge Radon? I don't even know. Like I'm looking at the map and it's like he's here, but he's just like in the middle. Like obviously there must be some entrance point. They're trying to open a summoning portal, I'm aware, yeah. I went through this whole area here just today. I never did this area. I gotta do that, I guess, but... Right down there where all those locations are, that little peninsula. You can just walk into it and he's just there, or it's not like a fog wall thing. Next time I play, I'll probably... I don't know, I can't decide. I still want to do this area. No, you get ported there. Oh, you have to do the castle. I see. Portal to Radon, there it is. Okay, so you can't get down there otherwise. I have no idea how you get down here either. I don't know if there's anything I need to get from here, but there's like this really deep cavern. That castle is the starting point. It's like a tournament arc going on down there. I've heard. I talked to this big guy who's a jar, and he was like, I'm going there to fight or something. What is it? How does it play out gameplay-wise? It opens up later in the game, if I'm not mistaken, after you've beaten the fire giant. What, that area? No, that's like one of the main bosses I have to beat. What kind of music do you like? I don't know. I was like so heavy into music when I was young that it's kind of hard for me to, like, music is now spoiled for me basically. The tournament part is later. When you first go there, it's just all competitors and you fight Radon. Oh, okay, I see. But my favorite band ever is the Mars Volta for sure. Francis the Mute is the best album ever written, if you ask me. You get to use them as summons. Oh, cool. I'm trying not to use summons in the playthrough I'm doing right now. As a paladin, I feel like I shouldn't use a summon, but...
1.
Yeah, we have no actual freedom. This is gonna be a tough one. Lots of deaths in this key. Killing Radon unlocks my favorite zone. What is it? The Louse in the Comatorium changed my brain. Yeah, it's a very good album too. The first two albums are absolute masterpieces. Alright, first cheat death. You're just not kicking anything for me. Nokron in the underground. Oh, okay. I've been there because there's all these, like, I don't know if it's convergence or what, but there's like these like random portals in places. I have no idea why these things are in the game. That just like take you places that are totally unrelated to the place you're at. I don't like that feature at all. I try not to use it. But I've been down there and it looks badass. The Eternal City.
3, 2, 1.
Just time this on 26. I struggled a hell of a lot as Vengeance in here, even with tons of CC. Perfectly played with 1 death only. We timed it with 1 minute left. Yeah, it's a pretty tough dungeon, regardless of if it goes well or not, sadly. Oh, okay, let's say we swerved Purgatory, but we're back in it. It's just so hard with these stacks, man. There's a random chest in the starting zone that takes you to the mines filled with people that fuck you up. Yeah, is that just literally just them trolling you? Like, I don't get what that feature is. It's just there because of how big the map is, maybe, huh? Like, since in Dark Souls 1, they like tried it, like you can go anywhere at any point in the game. They probably try to encourage that with that system. But it seems really fucked up. Do you think that the fact that you're a DK means you'll see fewer Death Knights in your group? Absolutely. Hopefully, most people are not inviting 2 of the same class to a key, unless it's, I guess, Demon Hunter right now. It's made specifically to get new players. Huh. I guess I don't know where that is, but obviously I'm not starting the same start as everyone else, so. They like totally remade some kind of like grave area. I don't even know what it's called. Grave of something or other, and it's like wild. Like, I was looking at the vanilla version compared to the version that I just played through in Convergence, and it's like, holy shit. It's like a super high level area. Double ret pumps. Yeah, but the second ret doesn't bring anything unique that the first ret doesn't already offer, you know? It's to the right of where you walk out when you start in the vanilla game. Oh, really? Probably just not there.
No, he will awaken.
I was looking through your spreadsheet. Obviously saw there weren't many, but they aren't bad by any measure. No, they're not great, but they're not bad, I guess. That's not true. Both Rets would bring Retor and another Devo, would they? It's trolling, but there is the meteor staff down there. That's a fantastic starting weapon. Right. So I think it's like it's a little bit of both. Like, it's there obviously to encourage you to go anywhere in the game, basically. Kind of a nod to the speedrunning element of the game. What like soul level would you be when you beat your first playthrough of the game? Like, I'm trying to figure out how essentially over leveled I am since I'm exploring 100% of the world. It's trolling that flinging big racks at enemies is fun. Oh, yeah. I finished at 120. Oh wow. Oh yeah, it's called rune level. I forgot about that. So I'm probably like half as strong as I will be. I thought I would be way closer to like. He's like, I remember like the first Dark Souls 3 playthrough was like 60 was what you'd finish at. You get a lot more runes in this game than you did like in previous, like in Dark Souls. I feel like it's a lot easier to level up your character in this game than it was in that game. I think it's because there's so many things to buy in this game compared to the Dark Souls. I finished around 150 to 160, explored everything, tried all achievements on my first run. Okay. And that's pretty much what I'm doing, so. 180, holy shit. It feels like I'm getting like, I'm only getting like fucking 20 health per stamina point, so I feel like I'm already like hitting BRs or something. But maybe not. DLC probably out this holiday. It's coming out in June. You talking about WoW expansion? WoW expansion we don't know anything about yet. If you just go straight with the main objectives, you'll finish around 80. Okay. Well, we are not even halfway. Like, I've only beaten one major boss, and I'm 55 or 60, maybe even close. I mean, I'm just dead here. I don't have any way to survive this. Please kill the mobs! That is scary on bowstring. It's crazy how everybody's playing Destro now. Did they get buffed or something? Like, I just don't really know where that came from. You're talking about Elden Ring DLC? No, it's coming out in June. It's announced yesterday. It's because of the MDI? No, this is going out for a few weeks now. Yeah, I literally just got its date yesterday. Destro was played in the MDI, so now everyone is going to play it. Nah, yeah, this has been a slow trend towards Destro for a while now. I love seeing those little portals. They're cool looking. Paladin crossbow from the DLC trailer definitely caught my eye. Yeah, I don't like I said, the trailer did not catch my eye like whatsoever. Like, I have no idea what I'm even looking at, so just like it did not make me want to buy it or do anything with it. Many people think MDI impacts way too many things when it just doesn't. Yeah. Like, I went to go pick up food yesterday, and some guy cut me off while I was driving down the road. Like, he left laned me, and the person I was driving with was like fucking typical MDI watcher. Like, he thinks all of a sudden, like, the rules are, you know, like, he's in a rush and the rules don't apply to him. I was like, bro, I really don't think the MDI is affecting people driving in my little town, you know, but I don't know. I guess it could be. I saw the new trailer, but I guess I missed the release date. Yeah, it's at the very end of it. Where they try to get you to buy an art book for $10. A digital art book for $10. He was rushing home so he could leave his keys quicker. Yep. 5 minutes is too long to wait. Learned that today. People probably just realized how good the 4-piece is for Destro. And the additional movement it allows. Oh wow, what's that about? Additional movement. MDI is like top 0.1% of players, and then it affects the meta like everyone thinks. They need to use those same classes and strats. So that's what we were saying. I don't think it really happens that way, but... Alright, that's a wipe. There goes all my cheat deaths. Sweet. Maybe somehow we can shadow meld and not die. See you guys later. Are we actually gonna kill this mob? He's gonna ruin the whole route, but... Okay, so I guess these mobs aren't as dangerous as everybody keeps saying they are. Not sure how everybody didn't die there. Is the Destro build this season the Kamikaze Bat build? I have no idea. Well, we didn't have any cheat death procs, that's nice. Destro doesn't have bats, that's demo. Oh yeah. No freedom here is brutal. Yeah, it's gonna be, we're gonna have a lot of cheat deaths here. I could like also just kite too. Gotta drop those stacks. Just kidding. First fucking melee dead. What's the portal he's summoning then? Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's some talent, I think.
3, 2, 1.
Goes that cheat death. I gotta run. No way to survive this right now. Still might not be a way to survive it.
3, 2, 1.
Chief's force bolstering is insane. Well, it's really just the that one mob type that's insane.
Closes in around.
The flowers are totally unfair. Where's the fucking patrol? Holy shit. How do you always do EB without using the slow on D&D? What do you mean? Because I don't ever kite ever. That was the first time I've ever kited this season. And it's only because it's 4 bolster. Kiting is for wimps. One of the funniest things I'll never forget this. I always used to like hate kiting on necrotic weeks as well. And I said, we were talking about kiting, and I said, kiting is for the weak. And then Faxi corrected me saying, no, kiting is for the weak, spelled W-E-E-K. It's like, oh, it's funny. Clever. You got slapped after you kite. Yeah, I almost got one shot as soon as I come back in. It's like basically starting from scratch on a pull, you know? Just like how the beginning of every pull is very dangerous. You can't really build resources. At least now you have a little bit more resource building. Necrotic is like the anti-DK effects. Knife face shape helped, but it was still garbage. The best thing that would have helped would have been Kyrian, but I hated playing that way. Should not have used Vamp Blood there. That was like a panic use of that. That's really bad. This next pack I have very little up for. I die here a lot. Okay, rune weapons up now.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Run away, little girl. Run away.
Almost D&D'd the tree. I probably would have died to that, to be honest. That's an interesting little play you did there. Yeah, that's not the fastest split I've ever done at this dungeon, but I think if we don't have any more major issues, we can still upgrade it here. Didn't mean to do that countdown. That was probably confusing for the people. Relax. Not getting it for some reason. And that may be the key right there. Okay. Nobody else died. Dragon. Another miss. There you go, wiping the fucking 45 boss. I do wonder if Blizzard would ever cave to the part of the community asking for D&D based buffs to be removed. I don't know. I didn't know people wanted that to be removed. I died 13 times in here last night on my Warlock. We had a rep pally that kept using a bop on the tank. Oh yeah. You gotta record those ones and send them to me. That's too funny. He is done, I guess. Not if I have anything to say about it. Never underestimate power pugs. I died insanely fast. Below us there definitely helps. I don't know why I always do this. Drop D&D out here. It's so stupid. I do that so frequently, like if I'm staying out there, but I never stay out there, obviously. Don't think it's time now. Very unlikely. I'm pretty much guaranteed to not be. But I have a lot that I still need to see in here, so do want to continue. Like that. Don't aggro the Pyromancer. Okay, good.
Beware.
Olivia Carr, what's up? How you been? Long time no see. What have you been up to? So I haven't played the game in a million years, but whenever I watch you with an Invoker, he's doing no damage. Yeah, it's like a support class, basically. It's meant to be buffing the other two guys. Diabolical's here, too. Pugging them keys. Yes, sir. That's what it is. Real life, not much time for WoW these days. Still stupid at 2980. Oh yeah. Well, in that case, that was a bad call because now we got the Arcana Master and about to wipe. If we kicked it, it wouldn't have padded into it there. You can't trust the damage meter with Og. He's doing like 600k. Don't confuse them. Basically it doesn't like count their damage as their damage, even though they're giving the damage to somebody else. So that's why it's so low on the chart. This is dangerous. Yeah, this is a wipe. I don't know how we're gonna survive this, but maybe we will. I mean, it looks like we're doing a decent job of killing the Pyromancer, so we actually may not have a Pyro. No, just kidding. Bolstered Cinderbolt Salvo. It's a miracle anybody survived that, to be honest. Is there a Feast of Strength achievement? Feat of Strength for reaching 3K now.
Don't be shy.
Keep it real.
Beware, beware. 3, 2, 1.
You can pick up girls easier though once you tell them you're 3K. That's, yeah, maybe. Unverified, but maybe. Physically picked them up, they're probably, they're so giddy with excitement that they become weightless. Is that what happens?
Beware,
Yeah, see, this area pretty much tells us we never had any shot upgrading this. As good as the middle part went. This area is just too hard. Fibs always got chicks from showing printouts of damage meters. Dude, to this day, that's still like one of the funniest concepts. Like printing out the DPS meter and autographing it. That still fucking makes me laugh every time I think about that. Are you not able to release here? Is that what's going on? I think that's the case, isn't it? Can confirm that when you hit 3K, they will come to your door and demand to marry you. Oh wow, really? Forget it.
beware. 3, 2, 1.
The hell, look at that. So far away that I can't even drop it. But what if the girl is not into Mythic Plus, but rather collecting things? My lady gets all flustered when I tell her about my 3200. I've been on some realms where guys try to use WoW as a dating service. It's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Oh, really? I put IO on my self-avail at work in case my director is a gamer. Gillies would put Metro down as a reference on job applications. I mean, to be honest, like, yeah, what we did, man, that was basically a fucking job. Like, probably more references than a lot of people would have. Spent more time with some of these people than they ever would at any real job. Print out DPS meter is hilarious. Yeah, it's a very, like, it just makes me laugh. Like, just the concept of it. I wish I could hear a stupid story about the guy getting shot. I miss Fibs. That's like one of my favorite things ever, man. I do know people who met their wife and husband in WoW, so I guess WoW as a dating service isn't out of the realm of possibility. No, no doubt. I'm sure a lot of people have. I mean, yeah, I've made a lot of extremely strong connections over the years through WoW. All right, we barely have time for one more. We got to get moving here. Got to stop slowing this all down here with this conversation. I got to be off at 3:15 the latest, so. They pretty much figured out the drop rate of the axe. Yeah, I saw that. Metro is one of the oldest and best friends. Yeah, man. I feel the same way about you, man. I mean, honestly, it's crazy how the game forged such strong friendships, you know? It's weird how unaware people are of their behavior. It's been so fun to do this because it's just like you get the same, like, besides the actual idiots. Whenever you message leavers, they always act like what you're saying is blasphemous. Yeah. We're down 3-1 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's call it here. We can go to Cancun. Okay, 14. PhD, more practice in there. They're literally never going to admit fault here. Oh, this is kind of not going to work out for him very well because, like, it's literally, if he's actually talking about recording the runs, then he's going to see that he fucked up here. This is like a very powerful situation for me to be in because this guy is actually admitting that he has the footage. Are you seriously hanging this guy for a single kick during the dungeon? How about you start running anti-magic zone instead? That would be more impactful. No, you missed the whole conversation, I guess. And no, AMZ's not going to help with not interrupting the stun. During the full ABO bolstered A-bomb routes. We didn't bolster any. We changed the route to make sure we don't bolster any of them. Guess you missed the whole run. Probably not wise. Oh yeah, look at the guy actually admits it. He actually admits it, at least. Good. We've made some progress, rehabilitating. I hope you reflect on your own mistakes and your runs as well. I do, yeah. This isn't about the guy's mistake, though. Like I said, if you don't know what you're talking about, you should probably stop talking. Wouldn't it be better to spend all this time to evaluate what you yourself did wrong instead? You probably won't watch with him again while you're ever in a key. I'm not worried about the actual mistake. I guess you guys are just both together or something like that. We're not talking about the mistake. We're talking about the guy leaving and not recognizing that he made a mistake. I don't give a shit that he missed the kick. I really don't. We didn't even wipe to that. He is right about one thing. Almost every pug, every bloom tank gets a stun. Yeah, no doubt. It sounds common. But in that comp, we just can't afford it. If I didn't interrupt on CD, we would have like 30% more casts missed. The fucking comp's awful. People keep inviting these fucking healers without interrupts, and it makes that fight 10 times harder. Invoker's kick is rather low for a range. Is that true? I didn't even realize that. Some bolts going off is fine. They only hit for like 30% of my HP. Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's not ideal to have them go off, but it's obviously better to kick them. The guy had his interrupt up, so. Metro, the graphs and charts over the adjusted legendary drop rate is wild. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to make my life any better. Since I'm only doing at best normal, it doesn't look like it's really helped me out at all. Weird that every druid healer in the MDI had a kick. It's like they played for the group. Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. But somebody did make a very good counterpoint to this, just to be totally fair on this. I don't know why this is the case, but apparently it is. The trade-off from having the kick versus not having the kick is taking some kind of 6% damage reduction or something. And they were saying that it's a lot easier to not need a 6% damage reduction in a 22 than it is in a 32. Now, that's a fair point, but I do disagree with it. Because the way those guys are pulling a 22, it's obviously harder than the people that are in the stream talking about doing like 25s and shit. Like, it's not, I don't buy that, but it is a good counterpoint at least. In the MDI, there was no damage going out, and none of those players take avoidable damage, so Druid can take kick and be in cat form for most of the key. And that's my point. Like, that's a point for my stance on it, to be honest. Because the reason there's no damage going out is because they're all interrupting so well. So, there's still damage going out. There's still fucking a bunch of damage that can't be interrupted, right? But somehow those players are able to survive it. And that's the way I look at it. We just wiped to it, right? Like, if we didn't wipe to that second boss, we would have upgraded the key. So literally, if we just had a healer with an interrupt, we would have not wiped. Like, it's that cut and dry at times, it feels like. With add-ons like Elitism Helper, I'm surprised there's not a Death Announcer Weakcore that lists defensives that were off CD. Oh god. That would just annoy people. You gotta remember most pugs act like they're 14. Could get toxic for sure, but it's useful info. I don't really look at that as useful info. I mean, like, look at this guy had to, like... You know what I mean? Like, he didn't even realize he missed his interrupt. He's not aware that he missed his interrupt there. Telling him that he missed it is not gonna make him play better. It's just gonna make him upset. No. At this point, we're running out of timer, so... Sorry, I'm sure you hear enough axe ranting. Why would I push keys if I can't get my max potential out? Because it's fun. But yeah, I mean, it's... I know you're... I don't know, you're having trouble mentally with that, but... Just take a break, man. It's all good. If you don't enjoy it, you don't have to play, but I mean, I'm doing fine without the axe, I feel like. It's not... I mean, like I said, the axe is not going to make any impact on the keys I'm doing at all. We just wiped and missed interrupts and people leaving, you know what I mean? It's like, the axe isn't going to keep them in the group. Every time someone has that Weakcore that announces what killed the person has been toxic. It's just generally pointless, like, nobody's going to learn from it in that moment, so all you're doing is potentially inviting tilt. I get fun from the push, but yeah, I don't get as much fun if I was spamming 22s. I mean, yeah, you can still push. You can still push, is my point. It's not stopping me. Let's see. Why I did that? Jesus. That was, I was gonna say mutual, but I like to catalog that anyway. Alright, well, we are in a group. This is gonna get a little tight here. So I'm gonna run to the, oh, look who it is. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Got a 26 tot key. What's most dangerous part for bolstering? Everything. That one's tough. The real problem with that key this week is you can't pull huge, so the timer's going to make it really tough. So I don't even... We actually finished 4 keys now? We probably finished 4. On our way, we got 5 out of 8. Good chance we won't be getting all 8 done. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at this before. What is the, I have a tab at the end of the spreadsheet here that I never really ever look at, but I think it could be a fun way to play if we cared more about it. So what is it, week 5? So instead of trying to only get score for the whole season, I could try to look at it like this and... Wait, why does that rundown have a... Oh, that's from today, I see. Yeah, instead of only looking at it for the whole season, I can look at it per day and try to get more. I wonder if there's like, I bet I could probably just like make a score weight thing for this and make my own weekly score. I don't know how I would do it with the spreadsheet, but it's probably not that hard. I just have to learn like what score is per what level on average. And then just times it, I guess, multiply it. Metro IO. Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot more fun than just sitting here signing up to any key. Sure looks like your week 5 is good IO. What do you mean? There's some that we still don't even have 8 dungeons, right? If there's more than one space, it means we don't have all 8 dungeons. Hopefully they're not... Hopefully they'll never add another more weeks to the rotation or 10 dungeons again, because then I have to completely remake this. So based on this, our best actual week score-wise would be... Oh, I see. And this is all fortified or all tyrannical. I didn't even know I had that feature in here. That's cool. Yeah, I might... I wonder how to do it. How much does a 25 give? I don't know. It's like the question is, how much does a 2 give? How much does it go up by each level? Is it just a flat 10 per level? Is that how it works? 20. Oh yeah, 10 per level. You're saying for a 2. Okay. So how would we write a function for this? It'll be this. times 2 times 20. Wait, what? Why is there a date there? I guess I need to move that. It's probably some automatic category thing that's filling in. Why is it putting a date? What? Break out the pie charts. So how do you do it? Is it just straight up plus? The equation changes based on the level and affix combos, like affix adds score on the 7 and 14, and +4 score per level increases 11 plus because the scaling changes. Oh, is that really how it works? Mathed it out in a personal add-on for myself, huh? That's interesting. Well, we won't have that feature. There was a problem. Oh, I didn't put it. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely not just a flat 200, 250. I can email you the equation. Sure. What is that? Times 10 plus 80. What is that? It also changes depending on your best key. Yeah, we'd basically be looking for what the score was like before they split this up into 2 scores. That would be the real question. What is this going to return? $32.50. What is that? What is times 10 plus 80? What does that mean? If it's not a flat 10 per level, then mine is off. Yeah, I guess yours is way off one way or the other. Can't actually do that, huh? I try to make it look like a score thing, but... Well, we'll take a look at that. Remind me, I don't want to forget about that. Yeah, if there was some way to figure out exactly how much each key gives, not with Tyrannical and Fortified. Like if, say, if you got Fortified and Tyrannical credit. I think the plus 80 is unnecessary. Well, it's definitely not 10. I think size was closer to being right with 20. I just don't think it's 20 the whole way or something. Like because Jerry said that the equation changes based on level and affix combos. Like affix adds score on the 7 and 14, and plus score per level increases 11 plus because the scaling changes. Doesn't it get higher based on level? That's what we were saying, yeah. So I don't know how to calculate it in a spreadsheet, but if anybody knows, let me know. But it doesn't need to be perfect, just like a rough estimate. Should we just try like 15 per? Try 15 per and see what it gives us. I just don't want 4K to be the number because that's obviously not anywhere close to where we'd be.
1.
you're just looking to do a comparison between weeks, just make it an arbitrary number. Well, that's what I am doing for sure, but I do want that number to match up with the reality. So when we look at it, people aren't like, lol, 4K, good joke, you know what I mean? Like, I want it to at least look like what my actual score is. Because then I can compare it to my score versus, you know, like, is my actual progression score the same as my weekly score? You know, that was the whole goal of having a weekly score in the first place. See if you progress better on certain weeks versus others. I also thought score per level is higher the faster you complete. It is. That's another factor, but I would just need to figure out like exactly how much score a 25 with 0 seconds left on the timer gives for both affix sets. If you had that on both affix sets, that would, whatever that number is what I'd probably end up going with. But I guess it does get higher as you go, so I don't know. I'll try it with like, I'll try the number 15 instead of 20 and see what changes.
Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware.
This shows the calcs. What, did you try to link something? If so, you can't on YouTube, unfortunately.
3, 2, 1.
One way of doing knowing like exactly how Blizzard calculates it won't help me there because I don't have the actual timer recorded on the spreadsheet. So we would never be able to be sure. So I'm just looking for like a rough estimate. But I don't think it's possible to roughly estimate it. I think it's like a scaling, like it gets higher and higher the higher you go. So I don't know how I would add that into a formula on a spreadsheet. Sure, it's possible, because I'm confident you can do any type of math in a spreadsheet, but I don't know how to do it.
2, 1.
We'll probably just take the short way out and just find a good number that's close to our actual score, and that'll be the number we go with. Hunter pumping, dumping, and punkin' monkeys. Ain't nobody live with my pets but a bunch of junkies. Reflected Profusadezas. Esma Gadoris. It's good to hear that. Where's a good place to email the equation? Just the channel's email is good. Yeah, you can find it in the About tab. Mythic Plus Gains add-on. What is all that? I have no idea what I'm even looking at. Either way, like I said, even if I knew what the numbers were, I don't know how to make it into a formula for a spreadsheet. Do you know the answer to that? You don't need to put all kinds of work into it, because like I said, one way or the other, without the actual timers and variability that the timers offer, there's no way for it to ever be accurate. I don't need it to be accurate, I just need it to be close. And I don't even need it to be close, I just want it to be close, so I'd probably just go with 15 and see what the number is, and if that's a number that looks like it's close to my score, then that's where we'll go. What is the ability on your 4 keybind? Yeah, it's just Hard Strike, but it's the Blood Strike icon instead. I have a whole video on how to change your default icons in WoW if you want to see it. It's a fun process and it can really make your game like feel more customized. I hate the Hard Strike icon, so that was like the first thing I changed in my Death Knight. I changed the Hard Strike icon, the Marrow Rent icon, the Death and Decay icon, the Death's Advance icon. I think that might be it. Just for Death Knight stuff, obviously we have a lot of other icons changed. Paladin is the one that I've changed the most on, but you'll see a fancy new cheese that's right out of Warcraft 3. I just took their Warcraft 3 cheese icon and put it in the game. Have you seen the Brewster steering wheel UI? No. Do you use the Mythic Dungeono tool for routes, or do you kind of just learn them on the fly? I'd like to tank, but my knowledge on routes sucks. I did learn them on the fly. If you're trying to learn them in week 15, you're probably going to want to learn them a little bit more concretely, but the add-on itself is basically just for sharing. I mean, I do fiddle with the add-on to see exactly what count we have at times, but I never start the season by looking at the add-on because the add-on usually isn't updated. 16.8 is close, I believe. Okay. I was thinking probably like, yeah, 15 might not be the right number, but... Okay, watch me die in between combat here. Just gonna wait. Not worth trying to rush ahead. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
So at this point, we're probably gonna need to just pull the middle pack next. I don't know though. Maybe not. It's kind of an awkward timing here. When will you be doing a 30? Never. As soon as you invite me to one.
3, 2, 1.
The death probably helps us. As weird as that sounds, because now we'll have a more likelihood the split will work out. Paladin's almost here. Asphyxiate is such a low CD, but I hardly see you use it. Oh, really? I use it a good amount. It's just sadly a lot of DR. It's not really something that you can use a ton. And there's better options. Because there's guarantees to be no DRs on the other options. Asphyxiate's basically like, well, we can use it if we need it kind of thing. Not something you'd ever use on CD. Are we in Lust? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Or not. I'll invite you to my weekly 30 no lever. Sweet. Need to sit on Lust for 6 more minutes. It's so fucking annoying, man. Azralan moment? Hello? Like, could you explain what's going on here? Like...
Beware.
Get the drums, nice.
3, 2, 1.
I used to sit on Lust a lot as a mage starting out. Now I just send it so I can send it again. Yep. What now? People must be AI. No, worse. They're from Azralan.
Beware. Three, two, one. Beware.
Is that really happening in a 25? What, people not lusting? Literally like 50% of the 50% of the keys have some issue with lust, I feel like.
Beware.
12 more points and I'm at 3.4, I see. Every time I fail a group of Azralan players, my friends said, you do that to yourself. I've heard a lot of people say that to me over the last few months especially, but like sadly there's just not enough players. Like 3 of the people in this group are from that realm, you know? Not realistic to not have them. Is there a reason to trap this? Does it need to be killed, or do you only need to kill the big guy? Do players have mouse over macros for kick? I probably, I guess, some, you know. Not for me, but you have to kill all 3. I trap it so the healer doesn't get aggro. Oh, okay, I see. Not like you can permanently CC it and the fight just finishes the phase.
Beware. Three, two, one. Beware.
I remember back in Legion, it was common to see no Azralan and Rag. Yeah. Those are just kind of made that not as easy to do now because They don't want the potential looming racist threats. But it's just not possible to do anymore. There's not enough players anymore, I don't think. Speaking of macros, I saw a macro where in button press in shadow less kicks and then hooks you back to your starting point. I don't understand what any of that means, but come play EU server. Are you gonna pay for my sub in my new account?
Beware.
Oh yeah, haste reduced by 100%. I didn't realize that was part of that. I meant shadow step, like PvP, the macro, just shadow step, kick your focus, and then cast the grappling hook to your start location. Oh, cool. Just like a swag macro to do stuff a little bit faster. Yes, the account I can give. Oh yeah. I believe you. What's that Naru doing all the way up there? Feel bad for her.
Beware. Beware.
We have Paul CX and then a guy with just XC. That's gonna get confusing. You'd think you'd be looking in a mirror or something like that. My kicks prioritize mouse over, then focus, then target. Also have a lot of other stuff. Oh yeah. Mouse over seems so risky. Is it not risky? I would constantly get the wrong one if I wasn't sure. I need that confirmation that I've targeted the thing before I kick it for sure. I will send to your email as a gift soon. I'm sure you will. Totally believe you. But no, either way, the answer is no on EU. Don't have time for both and no real interest in starting a whole new account. I barely have enough money on this character to make anything go. Ooh, just barely got hit there. That's gonna slow us down a full thing now. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Yeah, it's risky as hell. Run. That's what we're doing, yeah. What does he think we're not? Did you think we weren't? For your spreadsheet, I assume it's okay that all dungeons are 14 and higher. Equation changes below 14. Yeah, that's fine. Oh shit. That's really bad. We're gonna wipe here. Didn't see that fella.
Run away, little girl. 3, 2, 1.
There goes our cheat death, so that means we're dead here, 100%. Maybe if we can get lucky. Crush. Okay, yeah, that did not kill us. Alright, we're good. It's not bolstered anymore. You inspired me to play Death Knight. I did a 20 at 450, and I would have timed it if we didn't wipe the last boss. Oh, that's awesome. Undergeared Blood DK is so fun, man. You can do it, Metro. Believe in the blood DK power. Yeah. Believe in the fact that... Oh, shit. Believe in the fact that bolstering wears off is what I need to believe in.
2, 1.
I like seeing the HP bar bounce. Believe in the 2 million melee swings from Shellbreakers. Luckily we're not fighting one of them right now.
2, 1.
Vortex and Typhoon saved me a lot as a bear. Right. I could probably kite more, but I hate doing it. $50 times 5 plus 5 times level times 2 level minus 10. So how, question is, how do I implement that into a spreadsheet calculator? Yes, sorry. Sorry, I got hit by an avoidable stomp. Yeah, the crush is what I expected to die to there, but got away with it. Crush can be parried, yep. In your spreadsheet, use all that stuff, assuming the cell value has the key level. Okay. I'll take a look at it. Thank you for that.
2, 1.
I'm surprised this guy's getting hit by the ground stuff on this fight too. Huh?
Beware.
3, 2, 1.
I need to try to time a tot this week. Every other key I have 22 to 25, but tot is the 20. Oh shit.
Beware.
Also note that equation assumes you time the key. Ah. Right, that's actually a problem. I didn't even think about that. This whole thing doesn't even work because I don't... How will I assume that it's timed? I would need to change the sort weight to make it only show time keys, I guess. I didn't even think about that part. That's a whole factor that I just didn't even think of.
Beware.
This paladin just everything that hits you, he gets hit by it. You can query your spreadsheet with if. Yeah, see, I don't know how to do any of this. Everything that's on the spreadsheet, somebody else has helped me with, so.
I shall take my leave once my strength has returned.
What's your lust keybind? Dang, you just face tanked him while the totem was up? Yep. If you do Alt F4, the spreadsheet will do everything automatically. No, that's the button to like close it, isn't it? I guess it's like a satirical, like, if you just stop worrying about it, all your problems go away. I guess you're kind of right about that, but I guess I'm joking. Don't do that. Oh, okay. Like I just invis pop. Gotta have good physical mitigation to tank that boss. I mean, you gotta have Death Strike, really. Or a large amount of parry. Which is what I think most Demon Hunters have. That's why they're able to do it easily. It's a good amount of magic, too, to be honest. Oh, this is about to be bad. Paladin has bop up or bubble up, he just doesn't care. Yeah, how do you not bubble there? Like, straight up, what the fuck is that guy thinking? That's insane, to just straight up die with bubble up when we're taking fucking that much damage. I'll try and download the spreadsheet and see if I can get you a column for it. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, if you figure it out, let me know. That'd be very generous. I don't want you to waste all your time on this, but it would be cool. Look who's dead. Hey there, guys, it's dead. Why do these keep aggroing? Maybe he was saving bubble for an emergency? Yep. Saving it for the next key is how they say it. Dumbest hallway in the whole game right here. Really bad design. Despite everything, we still had a pretty decent shot at upgrading this. If this paladin didn't die 8 times, this guy died 8 times. Wow. If this guy didn't die 8 times, we probably would upgrade this. Maybe you guys were right about bad red paladins. I didn't think they existed. The guy's still doing good damage though. It's like just how easy this spec is, huh? I feel like Ret's always been very straightforward. It's just whether or not it's tuned to be high or not. Ali has 2.9k. Oh yeah, you're right. His highest his highest tot is a 20. Holy shit. Good call, I didn't even catch that. I think I saw that when I signed up, but that feels like forever ago now. It looks like we should be able to finish it, hopefully. If we don't wipe. That guy's like shadow meld into drink and shit. That's wild.
As I purify these waters, the servants of filth will surely be still. Beware. My waters are cleansed. Drink in their power.
Oh, that guy actually lusted on trash. Wow. Holy shit. I guess he probably thought we like legitimately had a chance at upgrading it.
My waters are cleansed. Drink in their power.
Is this a good push week? Not really, honestly, but I don't know. Pretty much every week's a good week.
3, 2, 1. My waters are cleansed. Drink in their power. Their filthiness stains me.
Well, he was doing good damage. Now he's doing 155k. Boss damage not his forte.
My waters are cleansed. Drink in their power.
Bosses are boring, I guess. He doesn't care.
Their filthiness stains me.
Did I just see him Divine Storm on a single target with no ads present? I have no idea, probably. It says top damage. Well, I guess there's ads at times, but...
Drink in their power.
Ink of Azumat. That's the name of the middle guy, isn't it?
Pure water.
Isn't there a proc that just does it? I think there actually is, yeah. What trinket have the pally? OMFG. You have the spike counterweight and the spores of alacrity.
Has at last been cleansed of vile filth.
Isn't there a talent that makes Divine Storm proc off Templar's Verdict? Yeah, I think so. Alright, cool. Apparently we need to save gear for the legendary, so we will do that. But that's that. I gotta run. I'm a little late as it is. So thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. See you guys in the next one.